Right. Hi, it's John B. Welcome to my YouTube or my Twitch. I'm recording this live on Twitch. We're in the middle of a live stream right now, and this is my third attempt at an exciting YouTube-style intro. Basically, today is Demos Listening Day. It's when I go through all the demos that viewers have submitted. We all listen to them together, and I do my best to offer some kind of helpful feedback. We try to stick to drum and bass music only, because that's sort of what I know best. It's the music I make and have made throughout my career. If you want to submit your music for future live streams, the way to do it, easiest way to find out is come into my Twitch and type in !demos, and it gives you a link and the explanation and everything. But basically, you upload your song to SoundCloud, you find my Discord server, and then you find the demos channel in there, and you post the SoundCloud link in there. And what we do is I work my way through chronologically in the demos channel and listen to everything. We don't skip anything out, we don't jump the queue or whatever. It's like very fair and democratic, so everyone gets a fair shot. We limit it to 2 tracks maximum per person submitting, and that's how we do it. So we're going to kick this off. We do this every Thursday pretty much, unless I've got a gig or something else going on, or I've burned out and I'm lying in a heap on the floor somewhere trying to get my energy back. But every Thursday on Twitch, twitch.tv/John B. Beda. Yeah, it's demos time. Nailed it. Watch out, PewDiePie, I'm coming for ya. I know how to do it. I've worked it out. Absolute natural. Hi, welcome to Radio 1. My name's John B, and today we're going to be doing Desert Island Discs, Drum and Bass Edition, listening to the music of the Loft Crew. So, here we go. We've got the screen sharing vibes going on. I've set up another scene, so it's going to alternate between this one and another one, like every 30 seconds or something. So, there you go, there's another one. So it shouldn't look as sort of boring as it can do if it's just my face and a Discord screen. So hopefully that is all right with you. Right, we're going to get on. Thank you all for your encouragement with my attempt at the YouTuber style intro there. It took a few attempts. Hopefully the last one was all right. So I always make a note where we finished off, and the first submission today is from someone who calls themselves Banksy on the Discord, and it looks like the artist name is Arc of Sound. So what I have to do is go through on the Discord, and then we got the track. Let's resize it a little bit every time so you can see what we've got. What? Gone straight in there. I don't know if it's the real Banksy. I don't think this is the kind of music Banksy would make. So this is by Concept. It's called Nexus Hit It. It's very quiet. It is. Let's make it louder. There we go. My headphones were loud, so I was... I'm just going to run an ad so we don't have a pre-roll. Apologies for those of you that don't sub. Yeah, I had the SoundCloud volume turned down. Thanks for letting me know when there's stuff like that. Appreciate it. Oh no, first yawn of the stream's coming on. I do not like the sort of extra different pitched snares. That's the one deal breaker for me in this. The rest of it's all right for what it is, but the one thing that's sticking out at me is other snare. Yeah, bass sounds alright. I just can't get over the that weird other snare. It's just not right. It's got risers. You know, I'm a fan of risers. I like that. The ARP thing. I think it's got all the element. Like, that's not my kind of drum and bass. Like, I'm not an expert on Neuro stuff. I do play a fair bit of Neuro in my sets, but not like I'm not exclusively a Neuro DJ at all. But I do listen to a lot. I know what I think is good and not. That sounds pretty much, you know, pretty professional there. It sounds like they've been producing for a while. Not a lot I can add to that, really. Nothing sounded too out of whack. I mean, that was very short, so I think that's like a sort of work in progress, kind of shorter intro cut version, but had enough elements to make it interesting. The overall mix down was all right. I really don't like that other snare that came in the sort in the drum edits. Like, I'm personally not into that. I do hear that in some tunes. Thistle in the chat says, I think the dual snare is neat. I think they haven't played with tension and release enough, though. It's going to be going into it a little bit too fast. A section with no drums and just the bass and a drum roll intro would be really build up the tension, in your opinion. Yep, that's all wise words. My main comment on that is just I don't like that weird skittery other snare in there, and I'd do away with that. And I mean, it needs to be longer. I think that's just like a work in progress thing, but that's good. Like good one to kick off the stream with. Know what they're doing. We've got another one here from Concept, so we'll listen to this. This one's called Flying, featuring Reverend Kathy Russell.
Like I'm flying.
I don't like this snare. That'd be the first thing I work on. And I don't like the sort of shuffly 909 hats.
Like I'm flying through the sunlight shining on my...
The main chord riff I'm really into. I think that's cool. Vocals sound a bit too much of a contrast, like quite dry and in the middle.
Bass loving the bass line, can't take my sunshine over and over and over again. Take mine, no sure sign through the darkness and then feeling like I'm flying through the sunlight shining on my face, loving the bass line, can't take my sunshine over and over and over again. Take mine, no sure sign through the darkness and then I feel like I'm flying.
Not really into that main vocal.
The sunlight is shining.
But I appreciate the work done with the like question and answer side of it on the vocals there. Nice edits there and development on the stuff. That's cool. I really like what he's done with the filtering on the chords there to fit with the development on the bass. The splashy tops are really laying it down for me. Just sounds sort of a bit amateurish. The 909 and the hats just like, and the snare. Prime Dark, thank you for the 29 months. Roll Mops, hello. Is this you? Or you're just checking in? Without knowing how this was made and where it came from and all that, I'm a little skeptical. Like, it's hard to tell when someone's just sort of got a load of stuff from sample packs and arranged it nicely in Ableton and got away with it, or if they've gone to the trouble of recording the vocals themselves. And you know, there's the amount of feedback required or deserved for the same tune could vary depending on how it was done, right? Hey there, Roll Mops. Cool. Oh yeah, I was just checking if this was you, because quite often people's names in the chat are different from the name of the song and stuff like that. So just checking it wasn't a Roll Mops DNB pseudonym there. Mad McMahon says the vocal there isn't bad, not a fan of the first bit. Yeah, like it shows promise, like I like it, there's a lot of effort there. Vocals are interesting, a bit pitchy. They don't sort of glue in completely with the rest of it. I really like the main synth riff there, the nice big euphoric chords. I really like the effort that went into the changing the like filtering when the sort of the bass came in. We'll listen in a little bit further. I think a female vocal just came in here. The drums really let this down for me. The snare just sounds floppy and preset-y really, and doesn't it's just it needs the snare needs work or changing.
Yeah, I feel like I'm flying. The sunlight is shining. Turn up that bassline. You are my sunshine. I feel like I'm flying.
The vocals don't sit quite right. I think you could fix that with a bit of nice EQ and verb maybe. Yeah, the key thing I think the snare's lacking is some really good snap. It just sounds floppy. Good to hear. I really love the little edit there, the way the bass works with the big synths, but the low end just sounds very woolly, although the sub is subby enough. But yeah, the sort of the kick's a bit too woolly. The snare needs more attack, like transient stuff. Has the snare just changed? I think it's the same one. Might be a different snare in it. I can hear how the snare's like been built. You can hear there's a noisy top bit to it and a sort of fundamental kind of thing, but it hasn't got enough oomph in it. But you can work on that. They're just things that you chip away at, so you can get there. Entropy is converted from a Prime sub to a normal tier 1 sub. Thank you, Entropy. Good to see you here, and thank you very much for the support there. Amazing says we need a rule where we can't talk about the snares in tunes, because we would say that for every tune. Yeah, I mean that goes without saying, and anything that we're saying here is always meant to be uplifting and helpful and constructive. The idea of this feedback stuff is it's not to judge people's music at all. It's to try and share what people in the community have been doing, and hopefully identify, we're all second pairs of ears, and to offer our thoughts on ways that the tunes could be improved. Like sometimes always when you're working on your own music, like I get this, you just get hyper focused in what you're doing, and you're sort of like blinkered sometimes, and you become kind of deaf to certain things, and you just like hypnotize yourself into really thinking your tune's amazing when it still needs stuff. You sort of ignore stuff that needs doing, and there's all sorts of strange psychological shit that happens to you in the creative process and that. So the idea of what we're doing here is to be as positive as we can and identify things that is good feedback that you can work on to make the tunes better. We're absolutely not here to shit on or judge anybody's work. It's absolutely not what we're about here, and it's really good that everyone in the chat is also of that vibe. Like, that's really important, I would say. Gaff Chap says, we put the fun in a fundamental. Yeah! Ben, Entropy is next. Hey, I'm looking forward to this. So he says, first one's a work in progress. It will track. We'll have an MC, just waiting for him to record his bars. So I just want to make sure we've got the right links here. Automatic featuring Scandal, that's that one, yeah. And then this one, okay, cool. So SoundCloud sort of generated link thingies. There we go. Okay, cool. Excited to hear this. I think we've got Entropy in the chat now. I've really liked some of his stuff in the past. Wicked sort of old school-ish sort of a vibe. Really good with his breaks and stuff. So let's I'm just get this resized right. Okay. I should maybe in a future stream I'll open all of these in separate tabs and then I can tab through them or something, but I think this works all right. It's okay. So here we go. Drums sound good already, says Amazing. We've only played for 1 second and Amazing's like, oh yes, they're nice. Whoa, look at the do you like my screen? That's all a bit hyper, isn't it? Good, good. I'm glad I changed it. It looks a bit more interesting. Okay, here we go. Yep, drums are sounding good. What's up, CB Radio? Mental in the fundamental. We put the mental in the fundamental. The fun into fundamental and the mental into... Yep. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Okay. So this one's going to have an MC. MC Boaty. Rhymes are floaty. Submerging. Lyrics faster than machine gun. This is nice. Really dirty, twisted bass lines there. Wicked. Yeah, nothing I can think of to suggest. Hey, the Entropy Amen puts in a little appearance. Nice. Yeah, the subs are very tasteful. Like, I like all the sort of grimy bass stuff in there, but it's good that there's a bit of boom, 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 boom. Amazing says, after hearing this, I just want to say all my tunes are works in progress. Nice edits there. Oh no, it's getting a yawn. Big tune. I would definitely say subclass stream in the chat is saying release a dub version too, and I'd say that as well. Like if you're putting an MC on it, that's great, but it sounds really good as an instrumental as well. Warm-Up thinks the sub is a little wide. As long as the lows are mono, you're alright really. That's how I've always approached things. The characterful bass is slightly wide, but not epically wide. I think that's alright. Wicked! There's something else at the end here. What's going on? Is that just an accident? I think that might just be an accident in the bounce. Yeah, it kind of ends there and then there's a... Cool. Yeah, really like that one. Give you a great work. Great work, Entropy. Big fan of that one. That's a kind of work in progress. And there's going to be an MC put on that one, apparently. Really looking forward to hearing that when it's done. That's great. I'd happily play that for sure. Nothing I can really say. Mix sounded fine. Arrangement was good. Like nothing. I can't offer any additional feedback to that. Really, it was just very nice to hear. Thank you. We got another one from Entropy. What have we got? It was just an accident. The endy bit. Yeah, cool. Very nice so far. Really good mix. Atmospherics all nice and wide. I like the sort of tremolo-y effect on the vocal there. Ooh.
Trust me, there's no one on my level. And what you're witnessing right now is so special.
Nice.
As you wait for this glass to crack, I'm stepping forward. There's no way I'm stepping back. So Anna Keys, turn your sound up in your headphones.
Really
you know
good.
that button on the side of your iPhone. Adjust the level when you're dipping into my zone. Can you stay with us? Have you a backbone? When I bring nothing but their energy. It's like I'm gifted by the gods fundamentally. No time for wasters, no time for jealousy. You've either got it or you ain't, it's my destiny.
So that's
I
MC
couldn't
Scandal,
care
is
less.
it? Right.
I leave my legacy. Silence all the haters and all conspiracies. It's an act of will, a sign of prophecy. Silence all the haters and all conspiracies.
Wicked, wicked. Hello to the Farmer James in the chat. Shout out to the Bema TV. Big up the Tarkov crew each and every time. Yeah, this I really like that. His flow and the lyrics are just nice. Really suits it, and the way it dropped was just spot on. And I really like that sort of I don't know, was it like a gamelan kind of arpeggio thing? And how you put that aggressive synth on the top. That's nice.
It's automatic, rolling never static. We keep on pushing it forward, we're diplomatic.
Really,
we're all
the way the vocal works with the drum and the bass
now,
groove.
People, you know that you abuse
Really
it.
nice.
When was the last time you went into a natural
Head
rave?
nodder.
In that moment, stalking for endless days. Let me explain a minute. It's a groundhog day, and at the minute in the scene, it all sounds the same. Let me step in. And grab those reins, and by the end of this verse you'll all know my name. Scandal, we're all so scandalous. Join the hype, spread the love in this universe. I believe that everyone is equal. This ain't the first, the prequel or the sequel. It's a trilogy, so lethal. I'm steamrolling in with my people. Only the real moths follow impacts, and everything that surrounds will collapse. Music junkies will relapse. Stand clear hand.
Yeah, banger. There you go. You get a brr, 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 and a round of applause for that one. Really good work. Nailed it. I was just going to ask the same thing Amazing said there. Was have you had any tunes signed before? And Entropy says, yeah, Deep in the Jungle, Audio Addict and GZ Audio. Nice, cool. Yeah, like really like them. I'm interested to hear the first one when you've got when Scandal's done his lyrics on it. I really like that last one. Is that downloadable? Could you send me an MP3 of it at some point, and maybe I can fit it in somewhere? Fiery Biscuit says, John, could you show your sound ref curve on the screen again, please? Yes. There we go. So, oops. Let's. So you can see here. So I have this. I use this audio calibration software for my headphones, and it applies this EQ curve. Can I do a sort of main focus on it? Zoom in. There you go. So this is Sound ID reference. They pre-calibrate all sorts of different headphones and speakers and things, so they identify where my type of headphones are lacking, or so this is the EQ curve that is applied to what I'm hearing and what you are hearing. So it's identified that these headphones, they need a bass boost down there, so it boosts it up. And as I know, these headphones are very bright. They're like artificially too much tops and stuff like that. So this calibration software reduces the treble in this frequency curve, basically. So you're hearing this too. So when we're if you've got the same headphones as me, then you're going to be good. But if you're wearing other headphones that already have, lower tops and more bass, it's going to sort of exaggerate that. So bear this in mind when you're sort of thinking about people's mix downs, because it does get altered. But hopefully we're all just used to it by now. If everyone just buys Bayer Dynamics, we'll be fine. Gav says, you got the same headphones? You can send me a list of the frequency to get a flat target. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, I couldn't work out a way to apply a plug-in to what goes to the stream to reduce the effect of my calibration to you guys. I was a bit worried it might add more latency and stuff, so I just left it as it is, and hopefully you guys don't suffer from the bass boost and the mega toxic. Where's the Doom track at? Says you effed up. I was working on that yesterday. I'll be back on it again next week, definitely on Tuesday. If I stream on Monday, we'll be on it on Monday, but today is the demos listening day. Demos. Nice. Ols 87 switched to his in-ear, switched to his Bayer Dynamics from his in-ears after tuning in. That's good. That's smart. Means you'll get a more true representation of how people's overall mixes sound. So next one, we got Hazuki here. This is a name I haven't recognised from the chat. So sometimes it's people that I don't know from the chat, and they've just sort of seen a Twitter post or whatever and dropped their tunes in here without knowing it's meant to be drum and bass and everything. So if it's something that's obviously not someone from the community and it's not drum and bass and they're not here in chat right now, I might skip past them, but that's the only time I really would. Or if it's a sort of obvious DMCA strike in waiting. That sounds like drum and bass. We're okay. Hazuki's you. Great. Okay. Hazuki's Brian. Let's see. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Spectrum analyzer on screen would be helpful for demos to point out issues for reference. I'm not very good with spectral analyzers. I don't really use them much apart from at the very end of the mastering stage. I'm not one of those people who claims to be able to look at them and identify mystical errors. So I feel like a bit of a faker if I did that, to be honest. Sounds nice so far. I like the ethereal vibes. I think the watercolour butterfly lets us know the expectations here. So this is Brian R172 in the chat. First time he sent his music anywhere. All right, we'll be gentle. Stonks watches everything through mini-meters. All right, you're the other type, aren't you? Yeah. Hey, all right. Good drums. I really like those drums. I'd advise against too much reverb on the drums, but sounds alright. Hello, Jill. I think my first impressions are, once it's dropped in, is this, there's not enough sub in the bass, so I don't know if you could just boost the low end on what you have on your bass there, or if you'd have to layer in a proper sub underneath it and make sure you roll off any conflicting frequencies in your existing bass, if you know what I mean. Drums are really good. All the delayed pianos and everything, that's sort of like the main part. I'm getting like, logical progression vibes. Hello, Jill. Like the reversey bits there. Oh no, you're getting a yawn. One yawn, it's a sign of respect. Yeah, more swooshes. I think it's lacking the swooshes, and it's got to have some swooshes. There you go, bit of a swoosh there. Brian says he made it after listening to quite a bit of Calibre. Good to hear it, Jill. We can chat about that when we finish listening to this tune. I'm interested to hear how it went. I think your drums are cutting through okay. I think it would benefit from more obvious swooshes and booms and lead defining segments. It feels like it dropped and it just sort of is noodling along now until we're going to get to the breakdown. I guess that there isn't much differentiation between any 8-16 bar segments, and not much in the way of edits either, apart from just the that happened. So sort of simple sine wave riser every 16 bars or 32 bars or something will help make you feel like it's leading into something happening, and that can help. And the synth lead is kind of, it's nice, but it's not going anywhere, if you know what I mean. Sort of, it's not a memorable riff, sort of. That brr thing. I like that boo sound, that's cool. Not sure about having record vinyl. It's good for the aesthetic, I suppose, but I'm always against sticking vinyl scratch noise, unless it's just for a little section at the very beginning of the tune to kind of feel like you put the needle down. It's more of the same after. Oh, I like this bit here. Bit of distortion on the Rhodes there. I'd do away with that record static in this section if it was me. I can hear the groove with it all. Yeah, I like that. I think I like the drums. I think obvious things to look at would be the low end and sort of sub bass needs a boost, whether you can do that by just boosting the low end of the existing bass you have, or adding a pure fresh sub underneath it and then roll off the low end of what you already had. The actual notes the bass line's playing sound all right to me, nothing I strongly dislike about them. The Rhodes sound is nice. I like the sort of, it's the sort of generic, like, I when I say Steve Reich, I don't mean it sounds like Steve Reich, but like the minimalist repetitive arpeggio with echo and stuff. That's cool. But maybe a bit of EQing to make it a bit less MIDI. I really like the whoo thing. That's your main sort of riff. That's the combination of how the bass and the drums interact with the echoey Rhodes and that whoo on top. It's a nice little groove. That's cool. I think the synth lead type thing that you have on there is a nice sound, but I didn't feel like the tune that it was playing was kind of memorable. Like it didn't really like go anywhere that much. It was sort of a bit of a sort of just like, it's nice to play along with something. You sort of go la 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 la, but it needs a bit more, I don't know, like sculpting into something that's more like a melody that, you know, ends on a high or something like that. So there's a few things there I would suggest to look at that I think would improve it. But overall, that sounded nice. I really like the drums. They're really refreshing, and you managed to like, it's quite a clear mix. I could hear everything that was going on. It was good that it was a sort of relatively simple in terms of number of elements. Oh, the other thing as well would be look at the risers and stuff. Maybe add a bit more longer tonal risers, like just a basic sine wave going whoop in a couple of choice points. That can help, and a couple more like sort of swooshes and type things, not all over the place. Like I overdo it with that a lot, but I think that would help. Roll Mops is saying Atmos, yeah, maybe a little bit extra atmospheric pad type stuff in there. That could be good. Maybe a little bit of side chaining of things. It didn't sound, I mean, I don't think you really need much side chaining on that. Everything was cutting through okay, but it might give it a bit more of a grown-up sound rather than like preset-y vibe. If you had some compression doing interesting stuff, I think that might help a bit. But that was really good, and that was the first time you've sent your music to anyone. Well done. You're on a good path there. You can have a horse, hooray, and a horn and an applause. Big up to Hazuki. And we got another one from Hazuki here. This one's called Machines. Oh yeah, and so Jill was on the radio this morning. Jill's world champion karate. Is it your world champion? It's certainly international level champion. Won loads of medals in every time you've got competitions. You're like, yeah, just got a bunch of medals, smashing it. And she was on Heart FM this morning, I think, interviewed by Jamie Theakston and somebody else. And triple world champion, come on, nice one. You can be my security when when I'm playing in London on Saturday. You can karate people. Well, I don't want anyone to be karateed, but like if anyone tries to fight me, you can karate champion them. Huh? Amanda Holden. Oh, cool. So were they nice to you? Did it go all right on the radio, Jill? I'm reading the chat here. I know there's a bit of a delay in between when I write and speak, and then it gets transmitted through the internet, and then the people have to write, and then I have to wait. So I'm like, I'm waiting. It went well, and they were nice, says Jill. Oh, that's good. That's cool. I remember one of the first times I was on proper radio, I was on Kiss FM in the 90s, and I got interviewed like on a drive time show. I did a little guest mix somehow, and Danny Bear and some other like sort of 90s sort of FHM lady kind of, I don't know, I can't remember who was on, but like they were all good looking, very confident TV type ladies on the radio, like interviewing me, and I was like, oh, hello. I think they got a chemistry kit out and made me do chemistry tests or something, because my bio at the time was like, John B did cellular biology at university, and I was so nervous and everything. Yeah, subclasses. Yeah, Danny Bear, you know who Danny Bear is, right? They were all very nice to me, really, really cool, very professional, and I was like very nerdy and awkward, and like after, I think it was somewhere down in South London, like in Balham, and after I puked up in the street afterwards after I finished. Like, it went all right, and I didn't really fuck anything up too much. But I wasn't like particularly confident or, you know, and I just did my thing and I did a good mix and all that. But basically, I was like, left the studio and walked along the street a bit, and then I was just like, Brah! And I just like puked up in the gutter, because I guess my stomach was just also tensed up from like being with like 90s TV women. So there you go. If I ever see Danny Bear ever out in the world ever again, I'm like, you made me sick. Didn't she? It wasn't through anything she did. She just sort of, I was just a nervous nerd, drum and bass nerd. Jill says, you hear MTV News is being taken off. Sounds like MTV channels will disappear soon. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, the MTV, well, I haven't watched music television channels like that for flipping years, and whenever I did try to, it was always like 16 and Pregnant or My Sweet 16s or, you know, reality TV kind of crap, so it wasn't broadcasting any music content anyway, whenever I thought it might do. But I mean, with YouTube and everything, you can just watch the music videos you want. To be honest, I'm surprised MTV News is still going. It's an absolute shame. But I think we're gonna be in a situation where like real-time normal broadcast TV is gonna die in sort of more developed countries in Europe and everything, where people are just a lot more connected and have more computers and better internet connections and everything. Everything people will watch will be on demand. Really, like I everything I watch is on demand now, really. But I don't really have I don't watch much TV anyway. I don't have the time. But when I do have a slot to watch TV, it's so rare. I don't want to waste it sitting through adverts and commercials or watching some shit that's on that I'm not interested in. So, yeah. So here we go. Another one from Hazuki. This one's called Machines. Oh, that sounds pretty heavy. Couple of follows. Space Elder, thank you for the follow, and Alesso Bravetto, thanks for the follow, and Ando 1988, thank you for the 24 months.
Go back to what you were saying.
Give you a thank you. Thank you. Ando, thank you. 2 years. Respect, man. Thanks a lot. It's not the most appropriate video in the background for a tune this dark. Random old really liking the atmospherics.
Terminator machines.
Oh, didn't think it was going this way. Another really nice break.
Let's go back to what you were saying about those Terminator machines.
This one again is lacking low subs, I think, to my ears. I expected a more heavy stepper after such a sort of dark intro, like a heavy two-step or. That's a really nice break. That good edit there. The kick's getting kind of lost because the bass is long. Really like those distorted guitars for the atmospherics. Nice 909 rides coming in there, that's cool. Switching up a little bit. I think some Amen edits in here would be nice. You could sort of progressively beef it up.
Terminator machines.
I like that bit, that's cool.
Machines.
Yeah, listen. Roll mops. I really like the groove on that, though. It's very restrained, and the break is good. I think there needs to be more lows, like the subs just aren't loud enough. But I think that's just one of those cases where you know, whatever monitor speakers you're using are probably making the bass sound louder for you than they are on like the finished product. So yeah, like it's sounds cool as it is for sure. And again, I know you said this is the first time you've sent music to anyone, so I guess you're you know, you haven't released stuff anywhere, and maybe not too concerned about that. It sounds nice as it is. I like it. Apart from the subs needing a boost, the overall mix sounds all right to me. I loved all the atmospherics and stuff. You haven't overdone it with all the samples and things. The drums develop as you go along. You sort of added the ride in, which was a nice touch. I think it would benefit from some like heavier breaks chopping in every now and then. You know, a bit like in how in shadowboxing every now and then there's an amen break that comes in. So you could still maintain that vibe of sort of restraint, but every now and then smash in with a bit of a like the samurai break or a sort of pitch down amen or something like that. The way I expected this tune to go would be a lot more heavy, like sort of a real like no U-turn, crunchy two-step, or just absolutely bonkers B-key tech itch kind of real heavy breaks. So you did well to sort of resist going that way. But yeah, I really like that. Good work there. So that was Hazuki Machines. Thank you very, very much. All right, today is Demos Listening Day. It's the Demos Day. And there's a good comment from Fiery Biscuits in the chat there, who says, although it can be a bit depressing, reference against other tunes, they will tell you what's lacking. Absolutely, that's really, really helpful, referencing against other tunes. Either from the quite often, especially in the early days for me, I would kind of model another track that I'd identified that I really liked, and I'd be constantly checking against the other tune to just check how my levels were, model on the arrangement, you know, have an intro of the same length, and then the next drop bit, you know, you have the breakdown at the same point. They would do like, find a song that you know is successful, that you rate, and that you know sounds good in clubs, and you know how it sounds on your system, and you enjoy DJing it, like the arrangement feels good fun to mix in your DJ sets, because if a tune is fun to mix, DJs are going to want to mix it more, and it gets played in clubs more. So modeling on other songs by other people is really, really helpful, and constantly like A/B checking with other tunes and just checking how your overall mix sits next to them is big. Like I've been doing that a lot on there's a few.
Could you try?
To hear this, my watch keeps listening in. I've been doing that a lot on a few of these tunes that I've sort of finished, but I still haven't committed to have completely finished lately. I want to change this scene so that my camera's a bit bigger. We'll do that. But I get to a stage in the studio. I'm like, this is good. I like this. It's finished. And then what I do is I copy it into my Serato, and then when I'm jumping around listening to lots of other music, I play mine, and I'm like, oh god, it sounds a lot. Disconnected as an example, song I'm doing at the moment, and it just sounds so much duller in comparison. Like it just needs a boost of all the trebles. So when I play it in the club, I just turn the tops up and it's fine. So what I've been doing lately is A/B testing it like that and turning the treble up until it matches and checking it sounds okay. And that's how you get across the finish line, really. Right, I'm just going to change, excuse my scenes for a minute. Although this is going to be a pain because you can see my shadow trick now. There we go, and then maybe can make that a bit bigger. If I'm sat here, there we go, that looks alright. And now we've got to change the shadow I made. Oi, 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 hold up. Where's the flipping thing? It's this one. No. Yes. No. What am I moving? Ah, yeah. I've resized my camera, and I have this image that creates a sort of fake shadow behind it. There we go. That's a bit better, isn't it? Webcam, you can sort of see more of me, and there's the dead space is removed. Thistle says my ears get super tired, so I do a much darker mix than I intend to, and fresh air helps me bring it back in line. Really consistency. Yeah, like the good thing is, like, boosting stuff at mastering is a lot easier than taking it away. That's what mastering engineers always told me back in the day. Genius Unapplied says, do you find you're more critical of your own tunes, like you hear details you maybe wouldn't in other people's? I think so, yeah. Sometimes you're weirdly more inclined to let shit slide because you don't want to put the work in to fix it. I also think, and I'm sure you guys will agree, having watched me working, that I overthink things a lot and put a lot too much effort into things that most people probably wouldn't notice. But there's a few tunes I've been doing lately that I've spent a lot of time on, and I feel like they could maybe do well, and I want to give them every best chance of that. And I feel like it's worth sinking all the extra hours in that I have done in them to really improve them. And I'm sort of making an effort to not cover that up, and just show that sometimes you've really got to grind through to get tunes done. I know it's not like what would look good in this type of content. On normally what's successful on TikTok and YouTube and everything are these very quick, snappy videos where someone effortlessly makes a tune out of the sound of starting with like a cow mooing or something, and they're like, look, I made a tune, and they sort of chop through the process in 20 seconds and make it look like they didn't spend any, it would just flowed out of their fingers. And it doesn't really happen like that. I mean, you can do things really quickly and they can come out fine. But it depends on where the song's meant to go. If it's just a throwaway dance floor thing that's just destined to be a bootleg on SoundCloud or whatever, you just get it done, you get it out the door, you play it in the club, jobs are good. And also, if it's a bootleggy kind of thing that you can't release officially anyway, it's not worth busting a gut over until it then gets picked up by a major, and then you tweak it and redo it, and that's the point when you fix it. So Thistle's saying there's a plugin called Fresh Air. It should be in everyone's plugin folder, even if you try to rematch it with cuts in the mix to bring that brightness back. I've never seen Fresh Air. I'll have to give that a look. Let me write that down in my my list of things to try. Fresh Air plugin. You're not speaking metaphorically that it just helps to go outside and get fresh air when you... I mean, which I think that is true. Stepping away from the computer, having a quick change of scene, like sleeping on it, basically, is big. Work on your tune, clear your head, take a few days off, come back, listen to it again with fresh ears is huge. Sodi says fresh air's in her vocal chain and is used on literally every vocal. Hey, Slate Digital's so good, says Kai. Fiery Biscuit says also check out Lofticus for a free Mac EQ clone with 40k airband. Also a plugin called Roth Air, if you remember right. Ah, okay. Every Night Junglist saying hello in the chat. These all show up on the screen as well. That's good. Okay, cool. So it makes sense to people watching back on YouTube in the future. I'm not just talking to my imaginary friends. Oh, I missed the first one where you were mentioning Slate Digital. Okay, roger that. So moving on to the next one, we've got a lot to get through today. Today is Demos Listening Stream Day. Have I got any coffee left? Yes! Coffee! Do a quick stand up. I did a quick stand. Right. So next one, Distress, Ambush. See what we've got here. This is on Bandcamp. It's not a SoundCloud link. Didn't listen. You didn't listen, did you? Distress. Does that mean this has been released on streaming services? I will just check. Distress, Ambush. No. Okay, cool. Right, give us a quick. All right. What's incorrect on my visual, Jill? I think it's okay. Nice. I like this. Word submit on the display, it says some bit. What, in the Twitch title? Or is it in the in that video clip for demos? I can't really check if it's in the video clip for demos. Hello Loma. Hello Jaikobu says Dom and Roland vibe. Yeah. Oh, it's in the video clip. It's a typo, is it? Alright. I can't easily change that until afterwards, but good catch. If so, I'll have to re-render that. Yes, I can do that though, so Is there any bass in this, says Amazing? No. There is no bass line that I can hear. There's a bit of bass in the drums, but yeah, I don't know if he's here in the chat, but this is Distress Ambush. I like the breaks, they're good. They sound a bit distant, got a bit of reverb on them, a little bit muddy. There doesn't seem to be any bass line at all. It kind of doesn't matter hugely because of the style of it, but I think it could benefit from a bit of a boo kind of thing underneath. That would help. Atmospherics are nice. General aesthetic, I like it. It's cool. Main snare, you can maybe reinforce that for a bit of a snap. Yeah, not a lot to add to that. Sound for the niche it's going for. That sounds really cool. So who is this then from Le Complot? That's a various artists. Oh, so it's kind of been released on something. And it was released in 2020. All right. Cool. Not really what it's meant to be here, but it was a nice tune. I'm glad you listened to it. Thank you very much, Destress. This is a song by Ominous, and it's called Printer Jam. I'm sure... Are you not aware that there was a very famous song by Mr. Bishy on Hospital Records called Printer Jam? So... Drums sound good. Not sure why you would give something the same name as a pretty well-known tune on a very big label. Especially by Mr. Bishy. Sounds good though. This is by Ominous. Sounds ominous so far. What's coming? Nice. This is with a laser printer. Royal Mops just named a song I Hurt You So. Oh, Johnny L will come for you in a night, watch out. Oops, we're on the wrong scene set. Hold on. Yeah, really like this. Nice and clean. Cool rhythm. Nice drums. Not got anything against the snare. Nice edit there. Mix Printer Jam into Printer Jam and unjam the printer. iPhone Photo Scanner next is coming by Booze Not Booze. Halftime bit, cool. I like the glitch element of the bass on this one. It's cool. I'm not a huge fan of halftime stuff in tunes. I rarely play. If it was me, I'd mix out before that bit came in. Yep, cool tune, really. I don't know, I really got much I can say to that. It sounds nice, good little groove. Drums are all fine. Maybe here's me going back to what I usually suggest. Maybe add some extra percussion on tops, like shakery type stuff. Or I don't think it's got like a 909 ride. The some bits where there's some 16ths there, but some shakery tambourine stuff every now and then might help switch up the drums a little bit. So yeah. That's the first time mentioning the tambourines today, but I think this is the first one that would really benefit from it. But yeah, sounds good. Not a lot to add there. It's nothing jumps out at me as in desperate need of changing, and it sounds quite individual, the way the bass is and everything. The drums. Another one here from Ominous. This says Bust Down. Ominous Bussa Nut HT Remix. Work in progress. Cowbell. We haven't had any cowbell recommendations yet. Or swishes and booms yet. Just... excuse me. First low bass note needs to hit harder. Maybe, yeah. There's a lot of talk in the chat about Mr. Bishy. I think there were a few sort of scandals that affected him. I think the first one was when he sort of got outed for supposedly faking playing live, and that was actually a club night that my friend organised. It was a club called Mango in Reading, and my mate, my friends were the promoters of the event, and there was a balcony above the DJ booth, and people were like convinced that he just had a mix CD on one of the CD players, and some of the other CD players were off, but he was pretending to do them. And in his defence, it was supposed to have been a live show rather than a DJ set. So he'd prepared to do a live show, not a DJ set, but he reverted to supposedly like pretending to mix while a mix CD was playing. I can't remember what was the Printer Jam stuff, if he'd claimed he'd recorded all the samples and then someone just found them on a like sample CD or something. But I think the worst stuff was his behaviour online. Like there was just sort of loads of kind of all sorts of racists and just horrible shit. Like, so everyone just sort of turn their back on him and everything. I don't know what he's doing now or whatever, but like I never really played his music much, but I didn't see anything I liked in anything I ever read that he'd written online. It was not cool at all from what I remember. So yeah, let's move off of that subject, shall we? Thank you very much. Anyway. Drums in this one are a lot less tight than in the previous one. Snare's a bit flat, needs more snap, more top bits. I like the glitchy stuff. Not my kind of tune, really. And it's half-timey, more half-time than... It sounds like it could go footworky, but it's not being footworky. Alright, Astalot, good luck doing the renovation things. Thanks for hanging out a little bit. Hello, Vohall. Yeah, that's not really like the... Well, I mean, it's sort of drum and bass, but it's not really... It's not the kind of thing that I'm qualified to comment on, but drums just sound a bit too woolly for me. Very nice edits and all that, but it's not the sort of thing I can comment on too much. And the snares need more tops, trebles, snaps, transients. Could send that a bit more footworky, that would be cool. So thank you very, very much for that one. Next song we got here is Challenger. I don't ever remember seeing that Ron Seal tin. I think, you know, you have to bear in mind it depends on what world you live in, and, you know, if there's been a forum thread written by one random person, it doesn't mean that was going on in the scene, you know what I mean? It can literally just be like one idiot writing something somewhere on the internet. It's not representative of the scene. So this is Challenger Colossus. Yeah, the artwork on this one's pretty mad, isn't it? It's like a sort of Greek what's that Greek god guy that's like half ox, half man or something? That's in Jason and the Argument. Jason and the Arguments. It's my favourite movie, that. Jason and the Arguments. A centaur, a minotaur. No, it's not. It's a centaur. No, it's a minotaur. We're not here for an argument. Yes, we are. It's Jason and the Arguments. It's a centaur. No, it's a minotaur. No, it's a centaur. No, it's not. It's a griffin. Jason and the Jason and the Arguments. Oh my god, that's so good. I want to make a band called Jason and the Arguments. Yeah. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Ah! This one's a bit mad for me, really. I appreciate how it's interesting and different. Lots of issues, though, with the mix, but I don't know if it's really trying to fit into modern dance floor drum and bass as a thing. Some of the stuff sounds very distant, like arrangement jumps around a bit, drums sound too distant, too much reverb on the drums. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those ones where it's cool. Like someone sat there and had fun making it, and it's what they're into. But like, it doesn't adhere. It's not attempting to adhere to any of the sort of normal-ish rules for drum and bass these days. So I'm not sure any feedback would help, because it would only be to try to mould it into that, and there'd be a lot of moulding required. But interesting, cool vibe. Some crazy shit going on. Thank you very much, Challenger. Appreciate you sending that one in. We got another one. This one's called Headroom. Vohall says, are you sun and basing again this year? I don't know, because you don't normally find out don't normally get officially asked until later on. Like some years I didn't sort of get officially invited till July-ish. Last year they let me know a lot earlier. So it always comes down to if you get invited. Like luckily I seem to get invited every year, and I'd always be happy playing. I've accepted a gig in Poland on the 9th of September, so assuming that happens, it means I won't be at Sun and Bass for the whole week. So I'm but hopefully I'll be there. Hopefully they'll book me. Tickets are out tomorrow. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, as long as they ask me, I'll go. I don't think I'll be there the whole time, and I don't think Magda will come with me this time. We had a lovely time last year. It was really, really nice, really beautiful. But it and even though I did have times where I relaxed, it really kind of stresses me out, because there's such a responsibility to play. It's so important to me. and I know how important it is to everyone that goes there, that I sort of I put so much effort into thinking so far ahead about what I'm going to play and how I'm going to play, and like I don't. It's weird because sort of I'm not scared of fucking up or looking bad or anything. Like I can take that. I would just be really disappointed if I didn't play as best as I could. So I really try hard to really prepare and make sure I've made the best tunes I can. And I'm trying so hard to, you know, you only have like an hour set usually. So I'm like, oh God, you know, what tunes do I play when I've got all these ones to choose from and everything? So it's always in the back of my mind the whole time I'm there, because quite often I'm playing on the last night. And this time I played opening night, I think, at the club, and then the last day, or I had the day before that I left or something like that, I played on the beach. So I had the beach set like hanging over my head the whole time, and I wanted to just smash it, and not to beat anybody by smashing it. I wanted to play the best that I knew I could and give the most amazing sun and bassy set I could, and elevate everybody's time there and give everyone a brilliant beach drum and bass show. And like the whole time I'm there, however hard I try to like relax and be meditative and, you know, enjoy all the beautiful stuff, in the back of my head I'm like, you've got the set coming up. So I love being there, but there's this other side of it that only I feel, which is the big feeling of like stress and responsibility. It's self-inflicted. Everyone's super lovely and supportive and all the rest of it, but like whenever I am at Sun and Bass, I feel kind of stressed in the background because I really, really want to do such a good job and seize the moment kind of thing, you know what I mean? So I don't know. So I'd love to play this year, and if they invite me, I'll be all over it for sure. But I've got a gig at the beginning of the week in Poland, so I won't be able to come for the whole time, in which case I'll probably just come for a few days. Because what we did last time was try to make a holiday out of it, and Magda came and we stayed for a week, and it was lovely, but I couldn't relax the same way I would normally if I was actually on holiday, because I was like, maybe I should change what I'm playing on Friday, and blah blah blah, you know, business and things like that. So I think I'll probably go for a little bit of a shorter time this time, and then try and have an actual holiday afterwards to hopefully relax after I've successfully done it and played a good set and be satisfied with it, you know. So I last year at Sun and Bass, when I played at the club, I had a bit of a Serato setup nightmare at the beginning, which probably aged me fucking 10 years. Like if anyone was there watching me setting up, it was terrifying. I had something I'd never had before. Basically, like, because you can't really, for me, I use Serato, so I have to hook up my USB audio device before I start playing. And I've done it a million times and it's fine, and I connected everything correctly. But for some really weird reason, Serato wouldn't let me like load a song onto the left deck on my setup. And I couldn't for the life of me work out what it was. And afterwards, I put two and two together and all of that, and worked out the CDJ on the left was playing. It was on auto play mode, because it won't let you put a song on if the song's playing. Like, the idea is that if you accidentally load a song on while you're DJing and a song's playing, you don't accidentally like suddenly chuck something else on. And it is because it was the new CDJ 3000s, and because none of us are used to what the displays look like and everything, it's not apparent that it was playing my like Serato thingamabob. So I was like connecting everything up, loading in, didn't work. I was like, oh fuck, okay, so I'll reboot Serato, try again, nothing. Fuck, I'll disconnect it, reconnect it, reboot the laptop, you know, got to wait 2 minutes for all that to kick back in, do it again, still not happening. I'm like, fuck, this is not working, oh my god. And there's all the preparation that I put into this. I'm like, oh my god, this is mad. I always have a fallback, which is I have my USBs with me with the songs I'm going to play, but not record boxed. There's no beat grids, no cue points, and I've planned everything meticulously so I know where all my cue points are to like do some really good mixes and shit. And I was like, fuck, I'm going to have to basically chuck all my prep out of the way, and all I've got is I'm playing these songs in this sort of order, and I can't even see anything in the thing where my cue points will be, for queuing up everything else is going to be really so much slower. I'm not going to be able to mix as fast as I would. And the other person's song ran out, and MC Favour and I think Sophie was with him, and they were sort of a-cappella-ing and everything, and I was like, mate, I need some time, this ain't working. And I just started with my USB on one side running my intro, and then I was like, hang on a minute, the Serato like reacted a bit differently on something. I was like, shit, oh my god, maybe that's it. And then I realised what had happened, sort of, and was able to continue using Serato. Tune VR, thank you for the sub. Thank you. So it was really scary. Like, normally any other club gig or something like that, I'd suck it up and I'd be like, oh, this sucks, and like carry on. But this is like Sun and Bass, which, you know, outdoors. It was my sort of my headliney set of the festival for me. Huge importance to me psychologically, and it meant so much to do a really good job and really smash it for everybody. And I was like, oh fuck. And then for the whole set, I wasn't sure if I could rely on my equipment and if it was going to happen again in the middle of the set or anything. So I'm just constantly like, oh fuck, what's wrong? Is this going to happen? What happened there? And also on top of that, it always looks bad when I'm setting up my Serato at the beginning of a thing, because, you know, I'm connecting shit up, and if I look a bit chaotic, I can hear loads of noise outside. I'm just looking out the window. Magda's doing something. What's going on? What's going on outside? What's she doing? Oh no. I thought she was digging up the garden or something. So yeah. So anyway, my story is I had a very scary experience at Sun and Bass last year. I don't think anybody much would have really noticed, apart from because once I started, it was fine. The rest is internal, but it was a real shame because it traumatizes you if you care enough. It traumatizes you, you know. And I of all the times for something like that to happen, it sucked. And then I couldn't like test it anywhere, so I knew I had the other gig coming up, and I was worried it might happen again or whatever. And I think it was one of the first times I'd used a CDJ 3000. And when you're not because I'm not using record boxed music in the CDJ 3000, it's literally just a time code audio thingy. It doesn't really show you a wave. You have to touch screen load it in, and you're not sure if it's really done it. So it was mad. Yeah, I thought I had hail. No, it's Magda's rolling things around in the garden. On the I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. There's nothing bad's happening. It's just it's angling in because the window's open because it gets really hot in here. Eukaryote says, when you're playing club sets, do you ever change up the tunes if you feel the crowd isn't digging certain tunes? Oh yeah, for sure, big time. Like, my process is I use Serato, so I make like what's called a virtual crate. So it's kind of like a playlist, and you know, based on how long I know I'm playing, I will make a big playlist of lots of tunes I would like to play. Akuma Killy, thank you very much for the 17 months. He says, hello guys, have a nice day and good music stuff. Yes, thank you for the sub. Thank you very, very, very much for the sub, Akuma. And Tuner as well. So yeah, I have a kind of a tentative playlist which I've thought about, and sometimes I will stick to that 100%, but I'm always looking at the crowd, seeing if they're digging stuff. If I feel like they're not, I'll switch out to other shit. It's, you know, I prepare as absolutely much as I can, but I'm paying complete attention to the club, and if I think it's not being well received, then I'll switch. But I rarely have to switch too much, but quite often I'll jump sections if my sets are arranged sort of in oh, that's weird. I've got a Discord notification as though the stream sort of dropped and then came back in. Oh well, maybe we'll get some more people watching us in a second. We've got a hype train. You're in 75. Thank you for the 30 months. Oh, that's a long one. Thank you. Akuma's off to play Tarkov, lurking in the background. All right, nice one. Anyway, thank you for listening to my TED talk about my traumas of cowbell.
I got a fever. More cowbell. More cowbell. More cowbell. Cowbell.
MPI1, thank you for the 399 bits and the cowbell vibes. Oh, you can have a proper cowbell. Here we go.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Yeah. All right, we're back in. Let's put the split screen on. Eukaryote says, thanks for sharing. I was just wondering how that would go with the Serato mishap at Sun and Base. Yeah, it's the trauma has brought it all back to me now. Psychomanteum DNB says, are you able to upload this to YouTube? Yes, there's actually 3 previous demo listening streams that are still not live on YouTube, but I've edited them and they are uploaded to YouTube in the back end, and I'll be sort of activating them live. I'll do that tomorrow, I think. I should be going hype train. So yeah, I don't have VODs of my music streams on YouTube, just because when I'm working on music, it's something I want to keep private between just us and what we're doing on the stream. But the demos ones I do upload to YouTube, so you can watch them back afterwards, because there's people that can't be here who've submitted their tunes and everything. Have I planned my set for Saturday yet? Says Jill. I had a little work session on it this morning. I need to. The plan is to work on it tomorrow a bit. Really, it's not so well. It is serious because it's a classic set, but it's not like I have to try and decide on new tunes to play and everything. I'm just sort of working what my favourite Blue Note era classic stuff would be to play. So it's bit easier for me, I think, and I'm only playing an hour, so it's just a matter of which tunes do I play, because there's so many flipping bangers from then. But really looking forward to playing Saturday at E1 in London. If you're around, please come, it'll be awesome. Marky, Booze Not Boo says, Marky did a house set for Defect and he noticed them there, which got you wondering, you want something cheap to use with turntables. Yeah, I use CDJs to control my Serato, so I just have a USB which has got the Serato timecode thingy on it, and I'm basically mixing the same way you would with CDJs, but the music's coming out of my laptop. Thank you very much for the Subton Audio. Thanks for the 3 months. But there's these, I don't know what they're called, but there's these things you stick on vinyl decks. Marky uses them. Anybody that uses vinyl with Serato now uses them. And they stick on the decks, and then they connect wirelessly with USB to your, Phase is that one. And you have a USB thing plugs into your laptop, and it does the same thing, basic one. Lolex, as you said something about a gig in Poland. I don't think I've added it to my Bandcamp and, what's it called? Bands in town and everything. Pretty sure it's September the 9th and it's in Wrocław, so I think you pronounce it Wrocław, right? Wrocław, the one that's spelt Wrocław. Anyway, we listen to another tune here from Challenger. It's called Headroom. Let's check this one out. We're on the demo stream. Massive. Again, similar to the other one by Challenger, I don't know how much this is trying to be acceptable to sort of the rest of the drum and bass world. It's just a bit kind of mad, really. Snare sounds a bit basic, too much reverb on it. Lots of random interesting sounds and all that, but think it's speeding up. Yeah, I don't want to dwell on this one too long, really. There's lots of stuff that I would change if it was me. I don't really know where to start. Like, good luck with everything, Challenger. I don't know. I'm just good work. I don't really know what to suggest with that. Just would need work to be released and fit in with normal stuff in the scene at the moment, I suppose. Oh, you're in the chat. Hello, Challenger. Yeah, like it's hard to think of what to suggest there. Like, I would compare it with other stuff that you like. Find tune other drum and bass tunes that you think are really, really good. Listen to them, listen to their arrangement, listen to their choice of sounds, how the mix is, the balance of stuff, the arrangement, the type of sounds, things like the choice of the kick and the snare as a basic starting point, and like, you know, things that lead you, like changing the sections, things that lead into drops and breakdowns, and yeah, hard to put my finger on it, really, to sort of give you any advice, assuming you'd want it. He says it was for a monthly producer meetup, trying to be inventive, to not follow others. Cool. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, it does sound very individual, and that's good. And I'd rather that than just trying to sound like everything else. What's wrong with a kick? I think it's just sort of the overall mix. There's too much reverb on everything. I think that's a key takeaway. Poor choice of snare. I'd try a different snare and I wouldn't have so much reverb on the snare. I think you're varying the volume of the kick, and the pattern of the kick is not helping matters. Kick needs more low end on it. I think because you've got a long sustained bass note, that affects the mix and also affects the ability of the kick to stand out. So you should make sure you side chain the kick with the sub bass there, so that it pokes through more. Good low end on the subs though. I think it's a bit kind of chaotic and a bit noisy, which is cool because I like that. Like I've come from being really into industrial music and everything, so I get a lot of the atmospheric stuff and everything suits a more like aggressive tech-itch kind of real harsh thing. But the drum pattern and the bass don't match that. I think if you completely removed the drums here and placed them with like a super hardcore amen chopping upping, everything else the context would all fall into place. I've just got to answer the door.
Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a laser high. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I say the ammo, please. I don't know when to die. I need to. When a friend is to love.
All right. I'm back. The delivery was for me. Woo! Anyway, thank you very much, Challenger. Thanks for giving us your tunes. I hope my feedback was helpful. Sometimes I find it hard to put my finger on things, but thanks very much for giving us your stuff, and I hope I was a bit of help there. And keep it up and send us what you come up with next. I'm interested to hear it. Big up, make some noise for Challenger. Right, next one. Burrows with Room for My Love. For once, it was a delivery for me, and it was UPS, right? You know what we've said about UPS? They come a day early. No notification they were coming a day early. But it's my... I've been trying to get some, like, outdoorsy trousers that I like, and I still haven't. It wasn't any hay. The hay's on the strawberries now, doing its job. Although, you know, to let the strawberries grow nicely so that the mice can eat them before we get to them. UPS a day early. Yeah, I know what's going on. Mad. Right, we're in. We've got this one. So we're listening now to Burrows, Room for My Love, White Room UK. Uploaded 17 days ago, so we're not getting delivered something ancient. Are you in the chat here, White Room? I'm going to open up my package while I'm listening. Like this one. Vobal says this is decent. Kai says ooh. Head Eye says this is good. Brian says like this. Jill says nice vocal placement. Nice breaks. Lolex says damn. Yeah, drums are spot on, says Entropy. Definitely a overwhelming positive response from the chat here. Very nice sub there. Everything sits in the mix fine for me. I haven't heard anything that I've thought like, nah. Really like the chords. Reminds you of Soul in Motion sound, says Roy Mops. Yeah. I like that Haile Selassie time stretch vocal. Here's the link to the one that we're listening to now in the chat. Nice. That's good. A bass development there. Says, have I heard that vocal in a tune before? I haven't, but it's quite likely it's sample pack one maybe. Yeah, sounds good. Nothing I can think of to suggest to change it. That's all right. I'd if I played that in my set, I'd be cool with it. Entropy says he's not sold on the vocal. Everything else is fire though. Roll Mops kind of likes the vocal. 808 sub stabs after the break. Maybe something you would change. There's booze not booze. Cool. I'd be interested to know about where the vocals came from. If they're, you know, safe to use or not or whatever. But that's a big tune, that one. Good work there, Burrows. Thistle says the vocal kind of drifts out of key a couple of times. Yeah, possibly. It didn't do it in a deal breakery kind of way for me. But maybe a little bit of it. Yeah, that was really good. So make a mental note for that one. That's White Room UK, Burrows, Room for My Love. Like that. Good work. Right, next one. Disturbed. Like My Sleep. Where are we? Okay, it's playing. Why are we not hearing anything? Is it playing? It would clash in a key match transition, so it's a deal breaker for you personally, says Thistle. Right. Was the vocal in the intro? That's a very good point, though, because that's the worst when you're mixing something in and then you've got all, like, pitchy stuffs going wrong. So this is by Ambivalencio. It's called Disturbed. It says, I tried to get some of this Rusty K magnitude kind of vibe, but I messed up the project. So the demo is all I've got at the moment. I'm quite happy with it anyway. I hope you like it too. So that's a message from Ambivalencio, who made this. Quite like the artwork. Okay, first thing, snare hasn't got transients. Everything sounds a little bit distant. And sort of overall sound quality is 2 years old as well. Oh, great. Okay, so he hasn't worked on this for 2 years. Okay, we'll skip through this then. When something's like 2 years old, I'm like, do they even care about this enough to actually want any feedback, to actually action? So, I don't know. Yeah, it's all a bit flat. The mix is strange. The snare needs more transient bite. It sort of just doesn't have it. I think overall balance of sounds needs work. Like the synthy stuff's a bit too in the background. Quite like that snare, that's cool. I think with that being 2 years old, I'm not going to devote any more time to it because it's unfair to everyone else. Another one here. This one's 3 years old. Hold on a minute. The original track belongs to Jonas Aiden. I originally made this for his Tell Me a Lie remix contest. He didn't respond. I love that. Look at that. I originally made this for his remix contest. He didn't respond. I have to. If it's for a remix contest, it might be a DMCA kind of vibe. So we'll have to just skip through real quick. But well, that sounds alright. Suffers from the same vibe. Like, it sounds a bit weirdly distant. There's something going on with the mix. I can't play that or comment on it. It's 3 years old. So he's not, and it's for a remix contest anyway. But sounded all right. I'd like to hear some more recent stuff from Ambivalencio if you're around. But when stuff is, if somebody's given me a demo that's 3 years old, it doesn't really make me feel like if you haven't made anything since then, are you interested in any feedback in the first place? Because you haven't I don't know. So thank you anyway for sending your stuff in. It sounded all right to me, but we've got to skip that because it's a bit too old, really. Chat can be ruthless, like, skip it, it's 2 years old. Off with his head, off with his head. Amazing is back. It's the man like the Hansen Varkas. This one is Whispering Eyes. This was one that was probably hoping we'd get to last week. How many legs in the picture? Yeah, was this made with AI by any chance? I'd love to know what the prompt was for the image. Vohall says you need to be ruthless because I'm too nice. I know. I just worry if I'm not nice, I'll turn up for a gig somewhere and someone will be like, do you remember me? It's Benny Blanco from the Bronx. You said my snare wasn't loud enough. Ah! I'm like... I like the chord progression here. You posted one that's about 3 hours old. That's much too old, Gav. It's got to be within the last 10 seconds, really. Anything else? Shit. Vohall's walking. I did a run this morning, Vohall. I did 4 miles. It's quite good. I enjoyed it. I haven't got any blisters yet. But Magda put my toe socks in the wash, so I had to wear other socks. This doesn't sound like Amazing's normal stuff. Nice to hear him switching it up. How would you describe this, Amazing? What was the mission statement? Hold tight a toe sock massive. There's a drum and bass beat, but it didn't fit. Yeah. I think the beat you have fits. I like the boo, I like that 80s tom. It's a very nice piece of music. It's not like a sort of traditional drum and bass dance floor tune, but sounds cool. Bit sort of vaporwavey kind of vibe, like distant, reverby. Good to hear the rises. Ooh, I need to get that. I need that tom in my life. Oh, that's a nice sustainy, grimy effect on the last note there. It's going through trash or something. Amazing says his buddy said it sounded 80s, and then those drums happened. Nice bass line. Conclave says it makes him think of Black and Yellow. Gav's gonna have to make a troll demo that's all rises. Yeah, all rises, swooshes and booms, and tambourines. And snares with no attack. Or no, yeah, 10 different snares that are all transient. Yeah, good tune, that one. That's called Whispering Eyes. That's Hansen Varkas, which is our own Amazing. Good to hear what you're working on. This one here is called What Are We Doing? What is any of us doing? Ooh, I like the flute. Ooh, I love that flute. This is a much more like arresting intro. I'm like, ooh, what's happening? Oh, he's got a yawn. Hold tight, a yawning crew. I recognise that flute sample. I've used that in something. That was off a 0G sample CD. I used it in a song of mine called Live Dangerously. Not that one. I used the other. It's the sample police. Oh no, I'm yawning again. Oh no. Wow, 2 yawns were amazing. Big tune, big tune. Very reverby drums, which is alright for an intro. The Sahara Desert thing is suitable for the track. Yeah, quite long intros, 1 minute 30. Hey, there we go. See, you've reinforced the snare there. So Amazing made this song with his buddy Josh, but they're both Joshes, so it's a double Josh. So you go by avec Josh. I like those pads, sustain pads there. That sounds like a nice sort of distorted reality, atmospherics. I really, really like the stuff in the background on this. Bass is sounding alright, there's enough sub there, bass line is acceptable. Mix down's alright, really. I can see that you've reinforced the Traymen break with your own kick and snare, which is nice. Break needs a bit of variation, says Entropy. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. There are some edits there, which is good. That tambourine sounds a bit funny, like out on its own there. It's good to be in the break though, to add to the snare. It's good to spot that you've done that. But yeah, drum pattern. I'd stick a few drum edits in, maybe another break. And yeah, maybe some swooshes and booms. Sub sounds good. Notes are good. And I really like the pads you've got, the sort of drone, the way it grows and moves, like whatever samples those are, they work good. Oh yeah. Ooh. Man, it's a 4-yawner. 4 yawns. Yeah, good work. I like that. Nice vibe, but no major suggestions from me. Maybe the intro's probably a bit too long for me. There was the bit where there was only the tambourine when you'd dropped out an edit. I think it could benefit from a few swooshes and booms. I mean that in terms of it could be tonal rises, not necessarily white noise ones. And maybe some choice breaky edits every now and then where you swap out, instead of the Traymen, you've got some other like similarly heavy kind of break. Just a few times that might sort of break things up a little bit. Those are my only sort of constructive comments I can think of. But as other people have said, we always like the vibe in your tunes. Amazing. Thanks for submitting us something. I really like it was good. Sort of, I sit here when I'm listening to these and I sort of stare at the artwork a lot. I'm reading the chat, but I'm also looking at the the image, and it gave it context. A sort of, you know, a desert landscape definitely seemed to suit the vibe from that. The nice. I really like that kind of droney atmospheric thing. So, big up to them, amazing. 4 yawns. Nice one. Okay, it's demos day. You get a demo stinger. Let's see. Apparently there's a typo in this. It says instead of submit demos, it says some bit or something. So I'm going to have to change that. Some bit to your demos. Bollocks. Yeah. Jill spotted that. Yeah, some bit to your demo. Submit. Arrgh. Tom Crane, hello. Yep, you've got the infos there. So we were listening to something from Amazing there. Next one, we've got Guy Versions here. Let's see what we've got here. How's it going, Tom? Good to see you. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Also, Jonna BK, thanks for the follow. Right, we're listening to a song here, which is called Versions, by Versions. Sounding good so far. I like where it's going. I'm feeling some sort of Calibre-inspired liquid. Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm liking this. This is sounding very nice. Jill Ninjas, 3 times world spelling champion. Huh. Oh, this is lovely. This is really nice.
Oh, suit you, sir. Oh, suit you, sir.
Thank you, Tazuka45. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the sub, Tazuka. Thank you. Welcome in. We're listening to demos. You've been lurking. Really like this. It's lovely, just mellow, like. Okay, first thing I don't like. Not the bongos are a bit. I'd put the bongos in myself, and then I'd be like, "Do I like them? No, I'll have to take them out." So I think I wouldn't have those bongos, and I didn't like that that synth thing. I'd do away with the synthy thing, and the bongos are panned slightly to the right for me. Maybe if they were just more down the middle, I wouldn't mind so much. Yeah, I'm not hugely into that synth thing. It works though, it's alright. It's the sort of thing Calibre would do, and initially I'd be like, oh, I don't know about that, and then it would grow on me and I'd realise he was right. So, Tazuka's just submitted a tune, first 175 track he's ever done. Nice, cool. Hopefully we'll get to it. There's a lot today. If we don't get to it today, we continue going through on the next session. So might not be this week, it might be next week. Vohall agrees with me and says the synth thing feels out of place. Yeah, I like that trumpet there. Thistle's getting PlayStation 1 racing game vibes off this one. The sub's lovely and warm, just in the right place, doing the right thing. Fanwani, welcome in to the chat. How you doing? Hello. Oh, he's got a swoosh in there. There was a little wurgle on the bass then. Like there was 2 notes by accident. It's the when you press 2 notes together. I'm not sure that was intentional or not. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, I like this. Very, just holds it down and just. Yeah, I think what's annoying me about the bongos is they're slightly panned off to the right. If they're in the middle, they're not like a deal breaker kind of thing. I just sort of, they've drawn my attention to them. Yeah, it's just a nice sort of 808 bass line. Yeah, maybe you could have a little, I mean, there's that wah sound which sort of adds to the bass a little bit. There you go, the boom. Fanway says, to be fair, I only have my right headphone in. Ah, well, yeah, then you're... Conclave thinks the tops can come up in the mix. They sound alright to me, like, overall, it's not wildly off. It doesn't sound dull. Gav suggesting maybe a lowish liquid Reese for variation. I think there's maybe a little bit of room for an occasional sort of more grimy note in there somehow. Ah, the song has finished. Okay, cool. Ah, well, that was very nice. Kai's got to head off to work, so he's saying goodbye for now. Thank you, Kai. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know if you've submitted a tune for us today. If we get to it, I'll let you know. But we'll upload this to YouTube afterwards anyway. So thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry we haven't got to yours if you've put one in this week, but the VODs will be on YouTube eventually. Thistle signed up for the affiliate program, the Twitch affiliate. Oh well, good luck. Hopefully you get it. I'm sure you will. Rollmop says y'all need more distortion on the break. With that, not a lot I would really suggest to change. Sounded great, very nice, very good, very calibre-y vibes. Like, it's not going to change the world or anything, but it fits and it's DJable and sounded really nice. So big up to Versions. I like that. Very competent, very good chunk of nice grown-up liquid. So, who's next? This is our little MPZ. Roll Mops. This is Roll Mops. Roll Mops is in the chat. Let's see what we got. Some crazy looking artwork. What are we in for? Oh, sounds promising. Drums are good so far. Good. Ooh, hey. Very nice. The lows are squashing my head a bit, so they might want to bring them down. Like 1 or 2 dB on the low end, maybe. Or maybe it just means they're good. Hello, IB Mac. Vocals dancing. I think the snare's getting lost occasionally because the bass is quite loud. I like that there's a defined structure. You can tell when things are going to happen. Hopefully it strips down now. Ah, okay. See, at that point, I would have cut out the atmospherics and just gone back down to drums and bass. That's at 150, 140. I would have killed the synths and stuff at that point. Nice. The sub is very powerful, like a bit too much, and I think it's affecting your limiter and sort of squishing the drums and stuff. I really like the intro. I thought you got down to business nice and early and on point. Drums are bit different, but perfectly fine. I think I'm not hugely into the dugga thing, but it's overall giving me a sort of nice sort of 90s science fiction-y vibe in the the atmospherics and synths and everything. Main things that are jumping out for me is it feels like the bass is a bit too loud, the sub part, and I think that's affecting how your limiter's behaving on the master. I'm pretty sure you've probably got some pretty heavy duty shit going on the master, and I think just because the bass is really loud, it's sort of making other stuff get a bit squished, and the drums get especially like the snare gets obscured a bit too much in some points. So maybe if you rebalance the volume level of the bass, it would improve the overall mix. But choice of sounds in general is cool. I like how like the intro was great, it built energy, and it dropped in the way it should. I thought it was nice when it dropped. It's like, oh yes, cool, like you got the payoff. I like the sort of sustained chords and things. Didn't feel like there were much in the way of like risers and even though you've got defined sections, they could benefit from something that even leads you more into, okay, this bit's going to change and it's going to drop now. Yeah, didn't really hear much in terms of like risers or white noise risers or tonal risers or crashes or type things. Sometimes they can ruin it, like it's quite a nice dry kind of tune, so that could fuck it up a bit. But if you've set it so that they sidechained with things so they didn't just wash it all out. And then there was this one point where I felt like it should have switched, but it didn't. It sort of continued with the stuff. Again, that's just a matter of opinion on the arrangement, but I felt like when it got to about 140 or something, that was when you needed to like either switch to strip it all down again, or maybe switch straight into how you stripped it down in a breakdown. Those are my thoughts on that one, but it shows a lot of promise, that one. That's good. I like the vibe and the groove in it. It sounds different, like it's got an identity. A lot of tunes that you listen to don't really stand out much for one reason or another, but that was recognisably had a different sort of vibe. So well done, Roll Mops. We've got another one from Roll Mops here. This one says Crawling, and it's using Noisier and Dom samples, which is nice of you to mention. Very sort of honest like that. So that's probably because Dom from Dom and Roland has got some really good sample packs on his Bandcamp. I've bought a lot of them, some really good breaks stuff. Really helpful. There's one with DJ Crystal as well, or even there's a couple of Crystal ones that are worth getting as well. They're quite expensive, but they're good. I've used them already. And then Noisier have some really good sample packs on Splice, which I've started using a lot, and they're really helpful. So Roll Mops in the chat, this is his tune, and he says next track is just a practice type thing. Cool, well let's check it out. It's called Crawling. Yeah, they're really useful to layer in with your own stuff. Oh, that's good. That's very solid. Oh, very low sub there. That's good. Really good mix. Very, clear and in your face. The opposite of some other ones that sounded very distant. I like those strings. Drums are getting eaten up in a similar way a little bit. At least I can't say your snare needs more transients or something, because it's like a noisier snare, I'd be like, yeah, maybe you should use one of the noisier sample pack snares for a bit more transients. Like, it is a noisier snare. I like the drone throughout. It's a good vibe, like Blade Runner, sort of ominous, constant throughout. Some really nice sounds here, and even though it's lots and lots of samples you've used, you put them together nicely, and the sound balance is fine. The bass is very bassy. My poor ears. I think I need to give him a little break for a minute. Oh, that's good. Bit of a development there. It gets heavier. I like the shouting. You made that bass there, hey? That's a pretty hardcore bass. I like the shouting. I think, like, it's maybe triggering a few too many times. It was good to introduce that new section. Face plan. Oh, you're getting a yawn. Suzuka, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you very much, Tezuka. Thank you. Let's get some applause. You can have a horse as well. And a... Yeah. Heavy tune. I don't know. It says it's a work in progress anyway. Maybe the sub, it's hard to tell sometimes, and it's just, I have been sat here for 2.5 hours listening to stuff now, but the bass sounded a bit like fucking low, like the low stuff was hurting my head a bit, like maybe it was a little bit too loud, but maybe it wasn't, I don't know. Arrangement, it felt like it just sort of went for it once it dropped. Kuma, thank you for the follow. I liked the way sort of halfway through you had the shout and then the bass switched up. That was cool. But I felt like the shouty sample you used could be used a bit more sparingly, because it sounded really cool when it first came in, but then repeating it kind of cheapens it a little bit, maybe. Drums all alright. I think maybe again pushing the limiter a little bit too hard, that means the drums lose a bit of their bite in the mix. Jill says, was it me or the tune got louder as I sounded like I was... Well, some people's tunes do just sound louder than others, based on how they do the mastering type stuff. So I haven't physically changed my volume knob here, but this was a particularly loud one, so I would have had to like shout louder. I keep an eye on my levels versus the music on the readouts there, and I think I was that was definitely a bit of a loud one, but loudness is good. That's, you know, you want to get your tune sounding as loud as you can on the mix. So yeah, good work there, Roll Mops. Not a lot of feedback I can think of, really. I know it's a work in progress. I think key things on that one, I'd work on the arrangement a bit more. I probably wouldn't push the limiter as much to give your drums a bit more of a chance. And the bass, the subs felt a little bit too loud for me, but nothing jumped out at me as like, oh, that's got to be changed. No, there were no deal breakery kind of vibes in it. Nothing major, and I think he did a good job, even though it was lots and lots of random different bass snippet samples from sample libraries and everything. You managed to sort of stitch them together in a coherent way, which isn't particularly easy. So, yep. All right. Roll Mops is in the cinema now. Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much. Good work. Take care. And thanks for sending music in, Roll Mops. Right, I'm going to have a quick refresh my water, go to the bathroom, stretch my leg, and everything. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to hit an ad, and I'm going to hit the Be Right Back button, and then we're going to carry on with some more demos. Kuma says submissions still open. Submissions are always open. Basically, what happens is I go through them chronologically from when they were submitted here in my Discord server, and I usually don't get to the end by the end of the stream, but we pick up where we left off. We pick up where we left off on the next session in a week. So I don't know what Roll Mops is going on about. He's in the cinema, so he can't hear the feedback. But we liked it. It was good. Thank you very much, Roll Mops. Cool. Good work. You'll have to watch back the YouTube stream to hear detailed feedback. But I didn't really have much to say because it was sounding nice. So just generally, GG's. Well done. So, right, here we go. Be right back.
Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a lasso high. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I say the ammo, please. I don't want to die. I need to.
We're not strangers to love. You know the rules and it's all to one. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hotel the Tarkov massive. Saluta. Big up the lighthouse crew. Each and every time picking up the Tarkov massive inside the place. Yes, yes.
Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, well you should go ask Nikia. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting me. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John D. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you got the give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret life straight, gonna get a Harmonila. If you're not a scat, then you are PMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the fleet. Big up all the scap, we can worry, come kick a break. MC like keeper, lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you're better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year. I got a fever, I got a fever. Hotel the Tarkov massive. Saluta. I got a fever, I got a fever. Look up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov massive inside the place. Yes, yes.
Just letting some fresh air in the room real quick while I'm stretching my legs. Just gotta do a stretch. Sorry. Yes, I'm filming this in 2.4K today, 60 frames a second. 60 frames a second.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Who wants the rewind?
We're back. Hey! Let's banger. Yes. Not for me. Let's just see, does this show up? Have we got a split screen? Yes, we do. Good, it's alright. Finish poll. Let's just check in my polls. 4K, 60 frames a second. Oh, and it works on the thing. Genius, good. We haven't used that in a while. So we are back. I just went to the bathroom and topped up my water. I haven't made another tea or a coffee or anything. We'll have to go without today. So we've got a lot to get through today. So we're on the demos today. Demos listening. Laura Lynx has jumped in the chat saying, hello, I am Umbra. Ah, great. Okay, yes. It is you who we are listening to next. So, let's see. Right. So, this is Umbra, a song called Before Time. It sounds, with a title like that, sounds correct for how it sounded so far. This is Laura Lynx in the chat. Lyra Lynx, I'm very sorry, Lyra Lynx. Hello, Zelenka. Sounding good so far, I like this. Like Neuro Popcorn. I think first thoughts, I like it, sounds good, everything sits together all right. Could do with some more drum edits, like the drums just roll with the same pattern. I think the odd little edit at the end of every 16 bars would help elevate things. The first big long note has a good amount of sub to it, but the other ones don't have as much sub, which is alright sometimes. It's good to have a bit of a breather, but I think some of them need to match the low end that the big long note had. Also, the LFO on some of the basses seems like it kicks in a little bit late, so the LFO isn't matching the beat, if you know what I mean. which there, like it sounds like it's late, like whoa, 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 whoa. Instead of being whoa, 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 it's like it's later. And like it's got a good spacey vibe, and I know that's kind of what it's going for, but some of the bass sounds are a bit like pure synth rather than like properly grimied up, which is what you want to go for with Nero. You want to move away from the more pure analog synth kind of sound, I think. I think the main things, the sort of helpful feedback I can think of with this that I think would help with it is some of the bass notes could do with more sub to match the big long first one, because that one's got nice low end that sounds about right. You could maybe boost the lows on that a little bit, but the other bass notes... Oh, we've got a sub there from I Came Here for DNB for the 26 months. That's a very long one. Thank you very much. I Came Here for DNB. Thank you for the sub. So going back to this tune by Umbra here, yeah, so key things I thought were subs. I think some of the bass sounds were lacking the sub that the first one did, so have a look at that. A few little drum edits would be nice. You could also add some development and variation to the drums. If you're sticking with the more drum machiney sound, you could fit in like a 909 ride or 909 open hat, maybe on the like you know, in a sort of section that follows another one. I mean, I say this every time, but when a tune doesn't have risers or like crashes or swooshes and booms, you know, white noisy bits and bobs, adding them in a few choice places can usually help elevate things, as long as they don't contribute to mushing it up a bit. So maybe have a look at that. Maybe a bit too much reverb on some of those bass synth things. You could get away with dialing that back a bit. It's something I do a lot. I slap reverb on everything, and if I make an effort to remove it, it usually improves the tune. So have a little look at that. Drums were quite cool. The snare managed to cut through enough. You could have a little, I don't know how much side chaining you've got going on with things. You might want to look at a little bit to help the kick and the snare cut through a bit more. Yeah, like those are the main little things that popped out at me that would be easy things to try that I think would improve it, like, noticeably. But that was a nice tune. That everything was sitting together pretty well. Mix was loud enough. Good defined arrangement. So good luck, big up, good luck, good work, and good luck to Lyra Lynx. Give you an applause. And unfortunately, he didn't get any yawns. We haven't worked out if that's a good or a bad sign if I yawn. So we don't know, but yeah, big up. Thank you, Lyra. Please let us know how you get on, and please send us more stuff as you do it. Next one is from Killer. This one 2 months old, which is alright. This is Jungle Love, is the SoundCloud channel. It's called Liquid Dreams. The blurb says, I called it Liquid Dreams because it somehow progressed into a liquid drum and bass tune. Also, the main part of the tune is taken from the Cymatics Producer Royale pack entitled Dreams, so Liquid Dreams just makes sense. The Liquid Dreams sound pack is brilliant, it's beautiful and blends well with Liquid DNB drum beats. With love in the air as Valentine's Day is upon us, I added some lovey-dovey vocals and some other elements. I present to you my entry for the Cymatics Producer Royale. So I think this was done for a competition-y kind of thing as well. So it's sample pack heavy, this. Kick sounds too subby, but not enough bite. Snare, yeah. I think the overall sound balance is a little bit out of whack on this one. The drums are a bit too electronic, and it's sort of things aren't gluing together as well as they could, but you can fix that. Royal Mop says he has to go to bed after the next track, but thanks for my help. Good stuff. I wasn't sure if you could hear what I was saying because it sounded like you were in a cinema and buying a car or something. So I don't know. But yeah, really like your stuff, Royal Mops. Looking forward to hearing more from you. So thanks a lot. This is very nice. God, Vohall, ruthless. Vohall's like, spoiler alert, probably didn't win the competition. Come on, man. We've got to be nice. I think this sounds cool. But I think it suffers from sounds not being the right volume compared to other ones. The kick is really, really subby, but like it's not, doesn't fit with the rest of it. Korak says he's buying a car in a drive-in theatre. Yeah. Hello, I'll have some popcorn and an extra large Pepsi and a Nissan Qashqai, please. Yeah. Yeah, could do an acoustic brake under it, says Thistle. I definitely agree. All the parts are very, very nice, but I mean, he says this is from like a producer Royale pack, right? So it's kind of, he's literally put together the all the constituent parts are from a sort of pre-made kind of song. So I don't know. I think we'll just leave that one there. Jungle Love, I don't know if you're in the chat. I haven't seen you. I don't know your name from the chat. Sounded nice, but I mean the sample pack parts are nice, and you can't just lay them out. And I don't know. Drums definitely needed to be a lot better on that one. The kick just sounded very subby, but without any much bite, and it sounded weirdly distant compared to everything else. The snare was too electronic for what you had there. It would have been a way to improve that would be having an organic drum and bass break in there. That would make a world of difference, and just bit of like glue compression, things like that to sort of tie in. Also, I noticed it's 8.5 minutes long. That's really much too long for a song like that. That could basically be based on what vocals there are and everything, you could smash out a really good 3.5 minute radio-y friendly drum and bassy tune. So that's the direction I would have taken that with personally, but sounded perfectly nice and competent and everything, but based on the fact that by the sounds of it, it was the main material is like a sample pack template kind of thing. I think it needs a lot more to be done, really, personally. But shows promise, good stuff. I think, you know, change the drums up, you'd make a big difference on that one for me. So thank you. Hooray. Next one, we've got Rolling Resistance, Mirage, work in progress. We've got Rolling Resistance, was around earlier. Hopefully he's in the place. If not, be on YouTube anyway. So Wild Camper, 22 months, Wild Camper. Thank you, mate. Thank you for the sub, Wild Camper. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Mirage, Rolling Resistance. The blurb he's written, Rolling Resistance is in the chat. He says, this is a work in progress that was last looked at a few months back due to laptop dying and getting a new one up and running. Looking to go back in and add edits, rises, etc. Also realise you need to shorten the track by roughly a minute. Would appreciate any other tips and feedback. Okay, cool, good stuff. He's already said he needs to add edits and rises, so I can save my usual comments. I like the vibe so far. I like that plucky guitar thing. So did you manage to salvage the project file when your laptop died then? That's a nice bass line. It's a sort of heavy caliber influence I can see here. Drums sound a bit distant, like there's a bit of reverb going on them. So I try and dial back the reverb on the drums. I like their organic nature. Like you can. It's a bit too quiet, is it? It is quieter compared to previous ones. I'll turn it up. It's a much quieter mix, but it's a work in progress, so he hasn't like whacked it through all the mastering stuff. It's the track, Bohol, yeah it is, yeah. RCA Trash, thank you for the sub. Thank you, RCA Trash, hope you're doing alright, mate. I like the bass line. I think it needs volume tweaks on stuff. Bass might be a bit busy, like a bit too many notes. You could get by with sort of toning it back a little. But once the drums are going, it's alright. I like it as a kind of laid-back, restrained, caliber vibe kind of tune. Like, nice and simple. I think you could really improve the mix just by getting your sound balance a bit better and, you know, compression and limiting and stuff like that on the master chain. I don't think you've done too much of that because it's still a work in progress, right? Might be worth trying to reinforce the snare with a little clap or extra transient thing, as long as it didn't like change the character of the drums too much, because it's nice. The break's cool, you know, as it goes. Those chords are a bit preset-y. They could have more reverb on them, but I'd dial back the reverb on the breaks. And with a few edits and rises and stuff, like you said, I think that will help. Also, switch the drums up with something additional that you bring in every now and then, like a 909 ride, or, dare I say it, shakers. But it's got a good groove. The way the drums and the bass work together, that's one of the most important parts of a tune like this, and you've got a good groove. It might be that, maybe the snare's got a built-in reverb to it because it's a hip-hop break, right? You can feed that through like a transient designer plugin, though, to snappy it up a bit. Maybe that could reduce some of that effect. I think you do well to keep it interesting, even though it's a very simple track. It is a good groove. Like, the main groove in this is cool. Like, you've got a good basis. Maybe a little something else on top, little saxophone, little vocal snippet, because your only kind of musical element to identify it is that plucked guitar kind of thing. So maybe something else on the top every now and then, little string, little pad, to give a bit more interest would help. Yeah, nice one. Good work there, Rolling Resistance. Thank you very much. Thank you. Definitely. Booze Not Booze says, I think it's got a really cool vibe. I agree. Hello again, once again, to RCA Trash. Thank you for the 8 months sub, RCA Trash. Thank you. Very kind of you. And thank you, Wild Camper, for the 22 months. And I came here for DNB. Thank you for 26 months. So some long-time Loft Crew members here. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So that was Rolling Resistance, who was here in the chat while we were listening to his song. It was called Mirage. And I really like that. Good vibe there. Good stuff. It was a work in progress, so he's still working on it. But I think that's definitely worthy of having a bit more of a session on it. And there's ways you can improve that without, you know, busting your guts over it. There's definitely a few little bits and bobs you could do that would elevate it and just get the mix a bit louder, and all the things I said as we were going through, basically, I think will be worth having a bash with, and they shouldn't be too hard to do. So thank you very much, Rolling Resistance. Next up on the demos session, because today is demos. No saxophone. Booze Not Boo says, don't put a saxophone in it. Keep it kind of deep, hypnotic, percussive. Yep. Yep. It was just a, suggestion. You can spend flipping all day going through all your sample packs looking for a little whatchamacallit? Paging Prime Dark. What do you need? What do we need Prime Dark for? Nobody's misbehaving in the chat. Everything looks all right. I mean, we'd like Prime Dark here to just hang out and say something. He is here. I can see Prime Dark is lurking in the background. Oh, you got some DM spam, but they're not in chat anymore. Oh, okay, really? Oh, it didn't appear in the chat though. Well, you just got like whispers from like, "Hi, I saw you in the chat. Would you like to gain more followers?" You got some DM spam as well. Oh, weird. That's not a thing for me. I don't normally ever. I haven't ever had that. You also got that cruise in. Oh. Weird. Odd. Just report the channel. Nothing in the chat here, Prime Dark. We're okay. We're okay. Stand down. Stand down. If you got some spam in your whispers, I think if you just click through to the channel, and then I think you can report the channel. Prime Dark's gonna smash it. Yeah, just you can report the Twitch channel and it'll go. Like, it's just bot business, isn't it? Oh no, everyone got the spam. Shit, what were they spamming you with? Was it anything interesting or just nonsense? I didn't get any whispers. They obviously don't like me. That sucks. Right, so anyway, we're on to the next one. It's Chardre and Salvage Escalate version 3. So he's got 3,200 followers, so I think he knows what he's doing. Is this drum and bass? Oh really? Oh, I want to know who that is so we can fuck them up. That's not cool. That's dirty. I'll turn this down because it's louder than the last one. Can somebody send me a whisper with the Twitch channel name, or well, can you just copy, or just send me or screen grab the whisper and DM it me in Discord, or just Prime Dark. I'll just ask you about it. Prime Dark. We'll definitely ban them from the challenge. Ban them from the challenge from the channel. Ooh, right. Let's go back a bit. Very nice crisp drums. Thanks, Gav. I can hear the influences of like sort of Camo and Crooked and Mephius and things like that. The mix is all good, like the drums are nice and snappy, the vocals good, but like something about it just feels a bit off to me, and I can't put my finger on it really. Like the vocals sort of stick out a bit too much. It's like, yeah, it's well produced. Like those chords and everything sound like they're a bit late, or the pattern that they're playing like it's jarring, like everything. I think he's trying to do the thing where like the triggering is ever slightly late, so that it gives space for the kick and the snare and all that, but it doesn't sound. It's a fine art doing that. I've never even tried because I know I'd fuck it up, but it's a fine art to get that kind of sounding right, and it just sounds a bit weird and jerky, like rhythmically to me, what's going on with those chords there. Cruisin says the pattern isn't really resolving itself and it sounds slightly desynced. Yeah. Vocal, if I was doing the vocal, I'd make it much more washed out and reverby, and I'd roll off more of the low end. Like the vocal sounds a bit too bassy for what's going on. Like, and I would make the breakdown and everything a lot more wet and reverby, and then like go in for that claustrophobic, camo crookedy Memphis-y sort of vibe when everything drops. And that there, the arpeggio, the bit, like it's a bit too stylistically off to kind of fit for me. The drums were much louder in this section than they were previously. They cut through a lot better here because he's got the side chaining nicely. It's really weird me doing the feedback, looking at the artwork, and it's his face like staring back at me. Going like, really, John? Really? I really like this. All the sounds are really, really good, and it would be a pretty the things that I feel like need fixing, which is only my opinion. I reckon you could do pretty easily. I'd definitely have a look at the vocals. Are nice, but I think you need to work on the EQ and reverb and things like that to get them sitting better. The other advice, well, it's not advice because that implies I know better, which I don't, but like my sort of feedback and feelings on it are the arpeggio type stuff sounds weirdly late and delayed because of how it's being triggered. Like, I get that it's a stylistic thing, but I think it's gone a bit too far for me, and like some of the edits I think could be done better. Like there's one here where it switches here, so you've got that lovely reverb tail dropping off, but then it just goes into those chords, and I think you could do, have the reverse reverb leading into them and a underneath, and there's a few little production tricks. Like, it's full of really good production tricks, but there's a few that haven't been used that I think would elevate it. Main issues for me though is the arpeggio thingy sounds a little bit, the pattern is a bit too stylistically off for me, and the pattern itself in places is a bit too erratic and strange, and like doesn't somebody in the chat already said like it doesn't resolve musically the way you would like, like sort of a happy ending to the sort of tune it's playing. So I would look at that. Like, all the elements and the sounds are really, really cool, and like the mix, everything's clear, which is quite a rare thing. Like, it's difficult to get right. There's lots of good stuff in there, but there's a few things I would recommend changing. Like, get the vocals sounding nicer, sort the EQ a bit more, all this, and then there's how you approach what's going on with the arpeggios and things. I just yeah, I think I explained myself there a little bit. So people in the chat are saying various things. Gav says it's sort of not quite on the offbeat, like a part of a note off. Yep. The stabs could use some FX, says Booze Not Booze. Entropy says, to me it's like the leads really heavily swung, but nothing else in the track is. Cruisin says it's like an odd pattern, but with too much swing. Bubblegum says the voice for you is too digitalized. I would go with more pure sound. I think it sounds pretty pure, but I think there's too much bass in the vocal. I think it would help if I was doing it. I'd be interested to hear if you rolled off more of the low end on the vocal and really washed it out with more reverb. I think that could be quite cool. Prime Dark's off swimming. Have a nice one, mate. Subclass has got to go make tea for the kids. Oh, is it that time already? So okay, have a good dinner cooking session. Thanks for being with us. Kusakuru's making jokes about happy endings. Lars is just asking about the whatever was the spam stuff earlier in the chat. So cool. Well, thank you very much for that one. That was Shardra and Salvage. Hopefully my feedback was helpful there. Like, Mixdown was strong on that. It was just sort of personal kind of issue things going on. Caustic Grime Stardust is next on the demos session. Caustic Grime's here. Let's pull this one back. So we've got Caustic Grime here in the chat, and this is their tune. It's called Stardust. I'm loving the synthy style intro so far. Showing promise. Cool. I'm curious to see what way you go with the drop. Ah, gone for an 808 bass, sort of matching the key changes. I really like the arpeggio. That's a nice... See, that's the arpeggio resolving. That makes sense musically, what the arpeggio's doing there. Oh, okay. Ooh. DJ Lars gives this one a love heart. Eukaryote says you get a John B. Electro step vibe. IB Max says the intro was better than the drop. I think I'm going to assume the rest is... If it was my tune, I would have gone a slightly different direction. I think the long sustained bass notes don't really work. I would be interested to hear how it sounded with like a staccato 16th note, like dum 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 dum. You could stick with the following the bass line that it's playing, but I think it would be better if you had a more sort of percussive bass that was like dum 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 dum. If you're gonna follow that tune for the bass, I would give that a bash. I think that would improve it immediately. And I also think the drums are kind of, they're neither organic or electronic, really. I can also hear there's this ever so slightly lateness on the snare triggering there. Like it's not bad, but snare sounds like slightly late. I'd be inclined to sort of lean into the electro-y nature of it and go with more electro-y drums, more like crisp 808 types of stuff, and go very, your bass could be like a boop 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 boop, rather than the brrr. And also, if it was me, I would do away with the fake drop thing where you've got that wah 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 coming in and then dropping, because you can only really get away with doing that, new jump up first bar of the drop, fake drop or whatever people call it. I don't know. You can only really do that if you're coming with the goods with a really mad jump up bass or something, and then you are then going to go into a pretty complete. It only seems to get done in tracks I hear where the tune really switches into something completely unrelated and different, and I don't really like it when people do that, but it's just how things are done these days. So that's one way. You could either have the lovely intro and then switch into a comedic jump up thing with a fake drop and everything, or stay more on brand with electro steppy stuff. And I think the key changes I would recommend with this, it sounds perfectly nice as it is. It's cool, and electro step drum and bass isn't going to get anyone very far anywhere anyway. I'm living proof of that. It's not a hugely popular subgenre, but you can make it sound better to be able to play in clubs and stuff. And the main things I think I would be interested to see if it made a difference would be change that long sustained bass note, swap that out for something more percussive, like boop 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 boop. You could do what, follow the same notes that you're doing, but try either a single note going boop 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 boop, or I think it would be better suiting things in octaves, like a boop 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 boop. That would be cool. And I think you could possibly switch up the drums a bit and maybe go more electro-y with them, more obvious drum machine sounds. I think that would improve it. I love the original arpeggio. I love the main arpeggio that's the sort of the hook, and it's a nice chord progression. And I like how you go up an octave there. It's a very nice positive arpeggio. I really like that. I think it would be vastly improved with I don't like that. The one. I just don't think that big descending wobble bass thing really suits the song. So I think if you lent more into the electro-y side of it rather than sort of halfway in, halfway out of a couple ones, I think that would be better. So those are my thoughts for that. I do really like that. I love the arpeggios and everything. And there were a couple of, they're not easy to make changes, but at least they are sort of, I can put my finger on what I think might help. So Corax has said, there's a song I released on my new electro label by an artist called Cube. Everything he did actually is the sort of thing I would recommend listening to. Prime Dark's active at the moment, except he's just gone swimming. But I'm here and I can mod stuff. There's nothing in chat that's spammy Thistle. So yeah, that's my thoughts. That's Caustic Grime. Thank you very much. But I really like that. I'm interested to hear if you work on that a little bit more. Thistle, is everything okay, or is there something going on? If you're getting spam, that's just like a Twitch wide thing. What sort of tracks am I looking for beta? What if you listen to what I've released in the past, I just like really good drum and bass. I don't have a specific aesthetic that we're always looking for. If you look at what's coming out soon, we've had Eclectics, which is very nice. Liquid, We've got Mage with a more like Euro-y uplifting liquid stuff. We've got Modal with a sort of technical ambient atmospheric thing. And then we've got very big, heavy stuff from Crystal Clear. Yeah, we're already on that. Can we just ban that person? Ban out of June, man. Yeah. You've all reported him, cool. I've just banned him. I think Prime Dark possibly already banned him anyway. Yeah. So there was, for the benefit of people watching in the future, there was somebody from another Twitch channel was sending direct messages to everyone that's in the chat here watching my thing, saying, hey, you should come and join our thing. Which is pretty, like, that's not cool behaviour. Like, that's, people on Twitch don't do that kind of stuff. It's like, the analogy I have is like you wouldn't walk into a club and give out flyers for your rival club. It's not cool. Right, so Caustic Grime, we've done that one. We're on to Kazan. I'll send him a message afterwards and be like, yo, what's that all about? Usually like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Like, they obviously know, because they're doing it, and if they've got a Discord and everything, it means they've been around long enough to know. And it just doesn't help. It doesn't work anyway. If it worked, then fair enough. But like, no one's gonna respond well to sort of somebody being a bit sleazy and disrespectful. So it doesn't really help build a brand or a following, does it? But anyway, never mind. Yeah, but I was just responding to this. We're on it, and we've. So another one here. This is from Kazan Kazumi Anzai. Song's called Drift Away. Let's see. Oh, you're from Kazan, are you, Bubblegum Teardrops? I've played there a couple of times, and my friend Gomorozov is from Kazan's in Russia. It's quite far out east, and I've played there a few times. Gomorozov, who's an artist on my label, he's from Kazan. I know it well. Well, not that well, but I've been a few times and I liked what I saw. So yeah, big up the Kazan crew. Oh, you were at the show! Haha! When I played there. That was the one, I think, with freestylers, right? I'm leaning back a bit here to sort me back out. I'm not trying to be all like, yo man, was like, I'm just so if I look relaxed, I'm not disinterested or anything. That's a... So the snare is really standing out for me here. It's big reverb on the snare. I think that's a no-no. But the bass line's really nice and bouncy. I like that. That's cool. Nice little groove. Bouncy. The snare's the main thing that's... Those sound like original vocals to me, with the harmony on top. That's cool. Some extra reverb at the end there. That's a good touch. Arrangement works very well. Thoughtfully done. The snare's the only thing here where I'm like, that needs definitely changing. Degatron, thank you for the follow, Degatron. I'd roll off a little bit of the lows on the vocal, personally. Hello, Sean. Vocal sounds a bit flat there. It's like off pitch. Unless it's the chord that's playing. but the vocals need tuning a bit in that section. You can tell there's something not quite right. There's some nice editing on the vocals there as well that's a bit too quiet to be heard. So I try and boost that up a bit. Thistle says the vocals have been ring modded, which is probably causing that. Yep, that's quite likely, isn't it? Bubblegum Teardrop says that kind of vocal's fine for Wave and Witch House. It would sound good in Witch House, wouldn't it? Yeah. I love a bit of Witch House. Witch House. Goes with my dark wave and the goth. The vocals just sound a little bit flat to me on the pitch side of things. So I think it's probably to do with some of the processing that's on it. Bass line's really nice. One of the nicest things about this. So Sean agrees with me. Sean in the chat. So yeah, really nice. Love the bass line, love the groove. The arrangement is cool. There's noticeable sections. They all make sense. Things I would look at changing for me personally. The snare's got much too much reverb on it for me. The vocals, I would roll off some more of the low end. Where there's the nice edits with more reverb and stuff on them, I'd try and make it a bit louder so you can hear that, because it's a really nice effect. There are issues with the vocals to me where I think the pitch is off. It sounds a bit flat in general. Thistle in our chat seems to suggest that might be because of some of the effects, like the ring mod type phasey things going on. So there's something going on the vocals that is making it sound slightly, the pitch is a bit flat, like a bit low. So maybe more auto-tuney type stuff, pitch correction, or pitch it all up a little bit, or dial in whatever's going on with the pitch things. But I like that. That was nice. Cool little vocals. Sounds like those are original vocals as well, possibly sung by the artist, which is really great to see, because that's a lot of effort and a lot more difficult to do than just lifting something off a sample pack. And they're well recorded. I think there's just an issue of the pitch stuff there, but you can correct that. So yeah, I would say main thing for me really is, like, look at the snare. There's too much reverb on for me, and have a little look at those vocals, the pitching stuff. Love the bass line, love the arrangement, love the overall vibe. So big up to Kazumi and Zai. Thank you very much. I don't know if that's a Japanese name. If it is, arigatou gozaimasu. Domo arigato. Right, next one. Another Caustic Grime. Is that correct? Yes. Or is this the same one we already had? We had a Caustic Grime there. Stardust. Yes, it's a different one. Okay, good. You're allowed two, so that's fine. No problem there. Oh, we got some new stuff in the chat. Also, as beta stuff came up earlier before we still on for Bright Eyes or Not the Vibe? Yes, we are absolutely up for Bright Eyes, 100%. Yes, definitely. I just need to get you a contract. I haven't cooled off on it or anything like that. Thistle, definitely want to release that. I just need to look through all of the different final versions you sent me, and I'm happy to go with whatever you decided was your favourite mix. But absolutely, yeah. I need to send a contract as well to Loma for his track. But yeah, both of those we're on for sure, and the Astrolock one. So that's it. That's cool. We've got 3 new tracks that have been born out of these sessions that are coming out on beta eventually. So nice. Entropy's off to make dinner. We'll send the track that I wanted tonight or tomorrow. Great stuff. Yeah, there's no rush on that. Thistle says, okay, good. I wasn't sure. I've also decided you want to do a single, not a double. Been researching what does better playlist-wise, and singles seem to do very well. Yeah, I reckon that's like... It almost feels like it's crazy, isn't it? But it feels like a waste releasing more than one song on its own as a release, because only one of them really gets a shot at what you need, which is getting on good playlists. So if they're, you know, it's better to just release one song and then release another one as a separate single, just one by one. That's how I intend to release most of my stuff moving forwards, really. Like, it's a bit different if I'm signing things to other bigger labels like Heads or whatever. That's the only time I would really want to do more than one. I'd still be happy to do with one, but I feel like that you have an opportunity to get more songs out, right? That way, so we'd see. But I'm still waiting to hear back from Goldie if he likes that Ventilate song or not. I'm starting to think he probably doesn't if he hasn't replied, so we'll have to see. That would be a shame, because I thought he'd liked it the first time I played it to him, but that was 2 years ago. Degatron says, very cool of you to do this and give feedback. Thank you. I hope that's a universal sort of opinion. I'm trying to help here and give a bit of exposure and a bit of feedback, and everyone else helps giving their feedback too, so it's not just me, really. So Caustic Grime is back. We liked last one they submitted. This one's called Take Off. I like these drums. Sounding okay? It's got the riser in. I can't complain there's no risers. Whoa. Oi. That's good fun. That's it's like jump up wobble, but kind of from another angle. Yeah, riser, tick. I think that... I don't think those are the right choice of notes. And the same there, it's like a bit too nice. I think there's too many riffs and different ideas in the bass patterns here, really. They're all nice sounds. No edits in the drums either. Well, apart from that bit. I love that. That's mad. And that's just funny. It's just like sort of happy, funny. I like this. That's hilarious. Like, I can see where you're going with it. Like, I think there's a bit too many ideas with all the different bass sounds and bass riffs going along. There isn't like a constant theme, like tying it all together. Kick and the snare are not too bad, but it's just like a constant pattern. There aren't really any edits in the drums happening much. There isn't any development in the drums, so you could work on that. It's also quite bare. It's basically just drums and bass riffs. They're all nice and fun, and I can see how you got there, but I think, I mean, it is basically just drums and bass lines, and I think the choice of notes and tune in the bass needs to be sort of tamed a bit more, and you need to like pick where you're going and stick with it rather than shift to the other ones. And yeah, like Sean in the chat says, it needs some atmospheric sounds and maybe some vocal samples. It's a little dry. Yeah, I agree with you completely there. Like there is very little in it apart from the break and the bass, so it needs more elements in there. The drums also need some more elements to come in and out to develop and give it, you know, interest as the song progresses. So this sort of certain things need toning back, and the bass note patterns changing and things, in my opinion, and certain things need developing and adding to it and more stuff. Apart from the riser in the intro, there aren't any other risers, so as you work on where your sections occur, I'd recommend putting things in that lead in and drop off to those as they happen. But that's good work. Nice to hear. Thank you very much, Caustic Grime. Big up, make some noise for Caustic Grime. Okay, this one is from Pill Gates. Caustic Grime says he's a jump up DJ for sure, but you're right, you can hear the jump up vibes trying to cross genres. Yeah, cool. I see what you're doing with the switch ups and all that. Like, you're getting there for sure, and it's hard. I really find it hard to sort of get the modern jump up bass vibes done right, because you have to throw like all your traditional musical rulebook stuff out the window really, and sort of embrace the sort of weird chaos. It's quite hard to get right unless you're in the right mindset for it. So the best guy says, I was so hyped for you to hear my track, but I feel like it won't be received well now as it isn't DNB. Oh no, yeah, well, we'll listen to it quick if it's not drum and bass, but I can't really help much if it's not drum and bass, because it will only just sort of really be my opinion rather than helpful advice from stuff. So, oh, that's a Kraftwerk sample. Says this is inspired by John B. Groove Rider Virus Records, except he spelt my name without the H, so he can't be too inspired by me. So this is Pony Montana. This sounds very quiet compared to others. I'm going to have to turn it up. So Best Guy is Bestie on the Discord. Okay, cool. Right, this one sounds a bit more of a beginner kind of vibe, like more sort of simple production. He's got an intro in, he's got a down sweeper in the breakdown. He's got the sound that reminds me of Dreams of Heaven and Warning. The mix on this sounds, I don't know what's going on. It sounds very distant and quiet, even though I've turned it up. There isn't really any sub.
5 innocent people killed, not a sign of a human. 5 innocent people killed, not a sign of a human. 5 innocent people killed, not a sign of a human.
There's lots of changes going on, lots of different sounds and stuff. There's sort of the overall vibe, it kind of works, but the mix is there's a lot of issues in this one. I'd be going on all day kind of thing. I get the mission and everything, but there's I don't know what's up. It's incredibly quiet. Everything sounds a bit distant. There's hardly any low end somehow. The bass sound doesn't have low bass to it. And the sample's a bit dry. Everything's a bit dry, really. And like the edits and changes and things seem a bit chaotic. It doesn't feel like it adheres to much of a useful structure. So there's a lot of stuff I would have to look at on that. Like, sounds all right though, and I get the vibe. I like some of the samples in there, but there's a lot of stuff to look at, like choice of sound, arrangement, mix. Yep. So thank you for that one, Pill Gates. We got another one here from him, which is called Born Too Late. Degatron says, curious what my take is on the new wave of modern jungle. The stuff I've heard that does well is good. I like it. I don't like it when the media and everything jumps on something and starts acting like it's all revolutionary and new and whatever, when people have been fighting away doing it for years and they just haven't decided to write about it. I like that there's some fresh blood come into drum and bass as a result, and energetic, thoughtful people doing a modern take on an old legacy sound, and the people that are doing well seem to be doing it coming from the right place and with respect and bringing something new to the table, kind of. So generally I'm behind it. I think it's cool, and the people that are, like Nia Archives is doing great stuff, and I watched a bit of an interview with her lately, and she really seems like she's got her head screwed on and knows what's up. So I like this one more than the other one. I like all the old school samples. Mix is very quiet though, but whack it through a bit of limiter and everything would improve things a lot, but sounds a bit dry like the other one, very little reverb going on stuff. I think that would help improve this. Key things with this is I would say mix needs to be a lot louder, improve sound balance, subs need to go up, and should look at using more reverb on the sort of atmospheric-y type sounds and stuff. Keep the drums dry, like nice edits there. The drums are all sort of fitting together all right. Again, it feels to me, I mean, I'm just skipping through it now, but it feels a bit chaotic with the edits and the structure and stuff, so might want to work on that, giving it a more identifiable, like, bits. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. Thank you, Pill Gates, Pony Montana. Let's do what can we do for that? We do thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, here's something from Professor Matt. Whoa, this one's loud. Okay. Sounds interesting. It's by LS, Professor Mac. Is this Mad Mac Man? Is this IB Mac? Is this you? It says, I come in peace, work in progress. Drum and bass. Sounds a bit crushed, that, like it's sort of, it's loud, but it's lacking sort of presence somewhere. Very distorted, very pushed on the limiter. This is like the exact opposite of the last one. Like the last tune, like, had nothing on the mastering chain. This one's got like everything. Well, it's not drum and bass, so it's not really what we're doing here, but sounds alright. But yeah. We shall move on. So this is by Bestie. I think we got Bestie in the chat. I'll just, it says, as mentioned in the chat earlier tonight, please find my track below. Many thanks. This is my second track, entirely produced by myself. I mostly do UK deep sort of bass house. I'm working on a couple more tracks currently and hoping for them to be ready for release before the summer kicks off. Let me know what you think. All right, cool. Well, Bestie's the best guy is in the chat right now, so that's good. I'm happy to listen to it. Triode officials in the chat saying, get the sausage fattener on it. Yeah, I think that last track basically had sausage fattener on the master chain at 11. How's it going, Triode, mate? Good to see you. Welcome in. Let's do a shout out for Triode. I'll do that. SO Triode official. There we go. Yeah, everyone give Triode a follow. Give a man some love. Oh, this is good. Hold on, has this been released? Are we about to get... It says this has been released on Best Beats. Is this going to get me a DMCA or something now? Or I have to cut it out? I'll have to skip through. Very competent. Nice pitch down stuff, yeah. Yeah, I can't play that through, Best Guy. If you've released that, I mean, it's not a demo anymore, is it? But also, if it's been released, it'll be in all the systems, and it means when I upload these VODs to YouTube afterwards, it comes up as a copyright match, and I then have to go and like cut the section out and all that shit. Otherwise, it hoovers up all the monetization on the video. So I'm going to have to, like, it's probably already triggered it. So if you're watching on YouTube and there was a mysterious cut there, blame it on Bestie. But it sounded really good, though, mate. Thanks for sending us that. It sounded like a perfectly good chunk of nice bass house there. I don't really listen to that kind of stuff too much, but I liked it. It's good work, mate. Good stuff on the vocals and pitching it down, and the mix down sounded good. It's a nice groove. So big up to the Best Guy on that one. Yeah, if you want to post, I'll post the link in the chat of that one so that you guys can listen to it. Oh, hang on, how do I copy it? There we go. No, they'll send me to Twitch jail. There's the link to that last one there. All of the stuff I'm listening to is on the Discord in the demos channel. That's what I'm doing here, is going through everything that's been submitted. So if you want to listen back to any of these songs that you like, they're all there, and it's really good to give everyone support and follows and things like that, and write comments on the SoundCloud uploads as well if you like them, because that really helps with the algorithm. But it helps people's music kind of cut through a bit on SoundCloud, which really is helpful, basically. We've got some Gav Chap coming up next. Yeah, we're off the air from the copyright police, from a demos listening stream as well. It's not accidentally playing Taylor Swift. It's from some UK house. I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom and stretch my legs and top up my water again, folks. So give me a second. I'm also going to run away from the Twitch copyright police. They won't find me. They won't find me. It'll be fine. I'm just pulling your leg, Best Guy. Thanks for the tune. Right, going to hit the ad, going to hit a be right back, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Just going to move my body and go for a wee. So here we go.
Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a lesser high. Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. Save your ammo, please. I don't want to die. I need to.
We're not strangers to love. You know the rules and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hold tight to Tarkov massive. Saluta. Big up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time bigging up the Tarkov massive inside the place. Yes.
I gotta feel Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics cup you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, or you should go ask Nikia. Selling all electricals and chimney top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Teething all your money, now the wife is getting near. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John Deere. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you gotta give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret lab straight, gonna get a Harmonila. If you're not a scav, then you are PMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG. I got a fever, running like keeper. I got a fever, running like keeper. I got a fever, running like keeper. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the flea. Big up all the scaff who try to gum chica break. MC like keeper, lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year. I got a fever, I got a fever. Hold tight to Tarkov, boss here. Saluta. I got a fever, I got a fever. Look at the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov, boss are inside the place. Yes, yes. Absolutely wicked, 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 wicked. Just like some fresh air, give me it. Hoi.
All right. Okay. Right. I'm back in the room. Thank you for your tolerance. Brian says, gonna have to duck out now. Just got home and have to take over baby duties from the wife. Thank you for the feedback earlier. It's good to get some constructive criticism so I know where to improve. Good stuff. Great. Good. Glad that was helpful. We're always here, and we do this every week now, I think. So whenever you've got anything else to send us, go for it. We're all ears. Command says, have I ever made any disco polo music? No, but I have ended up listening to it a fair bit. Sometimes I put it on to troll Magda, my wife. For those of you that don't know, like disco polo is kind of like Polish Italo disco sort of stuff, sort of fun, cheesy 80s-ish Polish poppy kind of music. Like it's really good fun. I don't really know anything much about it. I just put these random playlists on sometimes and I'm like, yeah, this is fun. Yeah, so all right, so God, we've been going 4 hours. I can complete the running an ad, which was channel points by DJ AD. Thank you very much. Right, so let's see if I can keep going. I'm still feeling good. So we got some more from Gav. Show me what you got. And what does he say? Got the updates out while the demo stream is still going. Was called buffering in the last demo stream. All right, so still waiting. What's this one then? Okay. So this is HK47. This is Gav, who did us some amazing guitars yesterday that I've used in my Doom track. Mate, if you haven't heard Triode, if you haven't heard what's it called, Disco Polo, you need to look it up. Disco Polo. It's something. I should make some, but I can't really speak Polish, so I'd have to. This could be Disco Polo. Dobre wieczór, słoneczko. Jesteś John. Dobre wieczór, słoneczko. Szybko, szybko, słoneczko. Jesteś John. Dobre wieczór. Idę do łazienki. Szybko, szybko. That's basically all I know in Polish. It's like, hello, darling. It's time to go to sleep. Nice vibes on this one, Gav. This is cool. Yeah, do you want me to do vocals for you? Dobre wieczór.
Please stay on the line.
Jesteś piękna. Gorąco, gorąco. Dobre wieczór. Do swidania.
The number you have dialed has not been recognized. Please try again.
I like the vibes on this one. This is good. It sounds better than last time I listened to it. I can't remember why I recommended you change, but
we connect you to an agent. Please stay on the line. You are number
I like that.
Hold while we connect you to an agent.
I think I'd turn that up a little bit if we're nitpicking. I like the cowbell. You got some cowbell in there. Maybe do we need more cowbell?
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Seductive phone lady. Yeah, I like seductive phone lady. The drum, the snare drum, I'm pretty sure I didn't like it in the past, but the snare sounds cool to me now, like, wouldn't change much. Yeah, good fun this. You need John B Disco Polo vocals on top, really. I think that would really do it. I think you don't have to do any of this. I'm just sort of nitpicking things. There's a high pitchy vocal thing I would like a little bit louder if it was me. A tiny bit, like 1-2 dB maybe. But yeah, sounded good. Yeah, we just need to like Dobre wieczór, słoneczko. I could record the vocals, but you don't credit me. Just like keep it undercover.
Has not been recognized.
Dobre wieczór, słoneczko. Jestem gorąco. Jesteś piękna. Samolot. Pociąg. That was like aeroplane, train. Just sing British place names that sound like they're Polish. Warsaw. I don't know what kind of voice I'm singing there, but we might be onto a winner there. Maybe I'll get Andy C on it. It'll be a big hit, that one. Yeah, really like that one. It's called Still Waiting by HK47, which is our very own Gav chap. This one's got the Doom. Oh, here we go. So I've been working on a Doom. You did this 7 hours ago. All right. So I've been doing this same tune on stream, and Gav here actually played me the guitars for it. Oh, okay, cool. Nice. I do recognise those, yes. Oh, it sounds good with the Amen. IDDQD. Yes. IDD piss popped. What were all the other, yeah, IDS piss popped. Let's listen to my one from yesterday. It's going to be a doomslay off who has it finished first, yeah. Well, they can both coexist. Nice. Oh, wow, it finished just as I was about to play you mine. That's cool. And so Gav's, the guitars that Gav did, he sent them over to me yesterday because I've been working on my own one. I'll give you, because Triode's here. I'd like Triode to hear this. This is my work in progress, Doom 1, which I put I know Gav bashed that one there together pretty quick, so it's unfair to compare these, but I'll give you a blast of this. I'm quite pleased with this. This is going all right. I can't see the chat at the moment. Hang on. Big speakers on. Still needs work, but it's getting there. It's mainly working on the guitars yesterday on this. Those guitars are sounding so good now. Oh, this is where you put this surf guitar in, right? I think. Yeah. I'm glad you persuaded me to do that. Yeah, so anyway, that's that. Hoping I can get that finished next week, really. Do I want to save the change? I didn't make any changes, but we'll save it. So, yeah, it needs work. And the bit I've got to deal with. So, yes, well, thank you very much, Gav, chap, for your tunes today. It was good to see the Doom Troll work in progress one. And Gav's version that we played earlier on there, Gav recorded me some guitar parts that I used in my Doom that I've been working on for a while. And we worked on the stream yesterday. So my next session, I think, working on that will definitely Tuesday, but I might do a bonus stream on Monday. So, yeah, and the good thing is it's technically not a remix, it's a cover, everything's been replayed, so it means we can release it without having to go through too many copyrighty hoops and everything. So I am pushing through God, the Pepsi thing seems to keep showing up in the background there. There's a bit too much 80s Pepsi backgrounds in my shit here. Right, we're looking through... So Offerbot is next, I think. There's some good chat going on here in the demos chat. I haven't lost my place, have I? We are on the right place yet. Cool. So, haven't we listened to these before? Time to replace all the samples with swooshes. Lol. So this is Offerbot. Loop the Pepsi through your tune. Yeah, it'll suit yours, won't it? So this is by Offerbot. Oh, this is sounding nice. Big up, Gav. Thanks for giving us your tunes. I really like the first one. Did we listen to this last time? Oh, it's just one with all the millions of snares, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Did we skip to this one last time? I know I recognise the name, unless... I feel like we did Tons of Snares. Yeah, I remember the Tons of the Snares. And did we listen to... did Offerbot like gift lots of subs or something and I skipped? Yeah. I don't think I remember this one. This has got the same snares. Why is there two funny snares? Really good tune, but I just cannot abide by like two different Nero-y saturated high-pitched snares. If it was just one... Oh god, Triode, mate! Whey! Amazing! Holy shit! That's just too many subs.
Welcome to the
System error.
Rah, thank you. Fucking hell, Triode just gifted 10 subs. That's humongous. Thank you, Triode. Thank you, sir. Much love. So I think we'll move on from this because I have a feeling we listened to this one before. I like this one more than the other, but I there's something when there's more than one snare at sort of the very different pitchy snares. It freaks me out. So but I'm pretty sure we already listened to those. So I've got to scroll down and try and find where we are. Hey, Astalok, nice one, good. This will be good. Once again, massive, huge thank you to Triad for 10 gifted subs. That's very generous, very, very kind of you. Much, much, much appreciated. So here's thank you for my TED talk on. Well, here's a TED talk on how to say thank you for gifted subs.
Welcome to the Loft Crew.
It's chaos. Big up to the Triode. So we've got Erase NSD in the chat, has just jumped in. First time they're saying anything. And they're saying, long time drum and bass DJ of 20 years. First time on your stream and really enjoying your honest feedback for the demos. I very often get asked for feedback, but I'm no producer, so I never know the terminology. I'm helping you better respond to them. Just have an ear, and you're helping me better explain it. Oh, good, cool. And well, if you've got mates that need feedback for their stuff, send them my way, because there is no, like, barrier to entry here. Like, it's fully democratic, and all you have to do is post your demo in my Discord, basically, and I do my best, and I try to be nice. The last one there we kind of skipped over because I think we'd already listened to that on a previous week, so normally I'd be more detailed if I can be. Sometimes I don't really know what to say, but I try to think of stuff that I could recommend to change it a little bit. So yeah, we do our best here, and everyone in the chat as well chips in with their ideas, and I've arranged it so that shows on the screen, so that when I upload these to YouTube afterwards, if people haven't been able to be here live while I'm doing this, they can watch back and see things. So if you're one of them, hello, future YouTube person. So here is something here from Asterlock. I have already, or I haven't. We haven't done the contracts yet, but I am signing a song of Asterlock's already for my label after first hearing it here on one of these demos things. Asterlock is an experienced synthwave producer and has done some drum and bass speed synthwave influenced types of tunes, and I love him. The one that I'm signing, I've already played it in a few club gigs. It sounded wicked. This is something I haven't heard yet, because I'm such a busy guy. I don't say that in a good way, but like I'm mad stressed and busy and overwhelmed with all my random shit that I have to do all the time. So I don't have time to like listen to these in advance before I do these streams, so I'm listening to them for the first time, which I think helps because I just sort of give honest feedback as it pops into my head rather than trying to overthink too much in advance or whatever. The downside is sometimes I don't clock stuff that's like 2 years old or has already been released or whatever, but we usually notice that soon. Yeah, Boo's Not Boo says, yeah, or samples a tune that will get a copyright strike, yeah. Luckily that hasn't happened yet, but we've had a few near misses where people have been like, here's my Beatles remix, and I'm like, oh, whoa, wait. Triode, another gifted sub, thank you. Going to, that went to McRocklin, beautiful. Thank you, Triode, thank you. So, I think this one's going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. Let's go. Interrupter, close to you, version 2. I'm on my second pint of water. It's going to be a busy day. Haha, yeah, you had to beat Trans Europe. He's one of your crew, isn't he? Or she. Came in yesterday with 10 gifted, which was amazing. Sounding fantastic so far, really like this. Lovely key changes. Oh, nice. This says, work in progress, first version from start to finish. Placeholder saxes for now. Vocals for the breaks, question mark? Yeah, he did say he came from your community, Triode. Yeah. And I was like, send him my love. I think I'm missing a bit of low end, but it's all right in this kind of section. John said hi too. It was a good day on Twitch. 10 gifted subs from Triode, defeating the previous leaderboard leader, Trans Europe official. The sun was shining, the skateboards were rolling smooth, and there was something in the air that day. He knew it was gonna be alright. Oh, that lead's nice. I love that. The key changes and everything are so beautiful in your stuff. It's so bang on. Oh, I love that. Oh, the bass! Come on, yeah. I love the switch up on the bass there. I think you need to turn up the low end on the bass. I know this is a work in progress anyway, so. I wonder if without the orchestral hits it might sound a bit better. More of the like electric piano in the chords and less of the orc hit. Pop electric guitar chugging away, that's sounding nice. Definitely.
Big tune. Hold tight all the checklists inside the ride.
Love that guitar. So good. I love that. It's brilliant. Yeah, like bang on. I love the music stuff. I mean, I know you know what you're doing. I think on the mix, like the kick and the snare need to punch through a bit more. Bass needs a bit more low end. Bass needs tightening up a little bit, like reduce the release on it. So I love the sound you've used, especially, you know, when it's switched to the like. I think it's the same one earlier on, right? I love it here. I think the snare needs a little bit more bite to cut through, but that's just a bit of side chaining business. Arrangement is fine. I think it's just a bit of continue tweaking with it really, and work on relative sound levels and stuff to give everything a bit more definition and a bit more like bite rather than being all mushed up. Triode says, I feel like it needs a section that doesn't have drums to create some tension. Yeah, is there not there wasn't a breakdown, was there? There's only this one here, yeah. I felt like, I think maybe a different kind of breakdown would be better. The only thing I'm not a huge fan. I mean, I love all 80s orchestral hits, but I feel with this one, maybe tone them down a bit. I like the chords that you have on top are like a sort of electric piano, so maybe you could make that more of the accent there. Aslok says I'm not doing good at breaks. Oh, I think you are. I love that. The ramp on the ramping on the bass. The bass cuts through a lot more nicely here. I think the snare needs to be louder and bitier, and it's a bit too reverby. It like gets smushed a bit by everything going on. I love. I think I know it's a work in progress, so you've got a lot of stuff that you'll probably be doing anyway. Bit more clarity in the mix, which is easier said than done, as you know, because there's a lot of elements there, and getting the right things to sing is the mission there. Like get it so you can hear the lead. Like the placeholder saxophone was a bit low, and well, it was definitely too quiet and sort of hidden away. So maybe when you get a real sax on there, that'd be good. But yeah, I love that. Love the vibe. Brilliant. I love that it's drum and bass and it's synth wave, and it's really fucking good, authentic synth wave as well. Like that's banging. I'm really, really keen to hear more of that once you've worked on it a little bit more. Triode saying, or one of those 12-inch drum solo breakdowns. Oh yeah, I mean that you could do break it down to like drums and then progressively bring the bits in like they did in the 80s. That's a good shout actually, Triode. Cowbell. I want to use the stinger, but I am actually genuinely thinking like I didn't hear much of an 80s cowbell in it.
Guess what?
And that's where
I got a fever.
It would sound
and the
really
only
good.
prescription is more cowbell.
But yeah, that is a really good idea, Triode's idea. If instead of where you have the breakdown now, if you strip it down to like only the drums, and then you bring in the really nice bass, and like, you know, a cowbell, and just bring in all the elements one by one, like the extended 12-inch mixes were in the 80s. I think that would be banging, and that'd be beautiful. And maybe what you could actually do is make that more of a feature of the track, because it would be a really cool part, and you could compress like this section here. I don't know, it sort of drops around about here, and then the breakdown happens there. You could maybe like chop out half of that and bring the breakdown in sooner, and then build it up more. That could be worth a pop, because there's sort of like a lot of really cool things going on. But I mean, I know you haven't worked on the mix down yet, but it felt like nothing got to really stand out and sing enough, even though all the individual parts are like beautiful and lovely. So yeah, I don't know if you've got enough to go on there, if any of my comments and things are helpful. Astrolock says I could effectively halve the main part and the bass solo part and go into a break. And then Triode says, yeah, build up, drop down to just the drums and layer it back into a big drop moment. Yes, I think that would smash it. That would be really, really cool. So kind of when you get to about here, drop into only the drums and build things up as a big build up, and then hit them with it all, and the saxophone and all the bells and whistles and that, and the cowbells. Nice. Big up to all the Loft crew for all the comments. AD is saying some booms into the intro and the breakdown. You know that. You saved me from mentioning it. Booze Not Booze missed it because his browser was messing you up. Yeah, cowbells. I vote for the cowbell. The, you know, distorted... Is it a 727 cowbell or something? It's, you know, that standard one. But yeah, big up to the Astrolock. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, here we have something by Psychomanteum. It's called The Last of Us, so I hope it's not going to copyright me out. We shall have to see here.
One gene mutates, and an ascom...
Uh-oh, we're about to be like, you were broadcasting The Last of Us. So this is quite a lot of... Right, I might skip through that. There's a whole big section of straight sampled out of the movie, so I had to skip through that. So this is Psychomanteum. Don't know if you're here in the chat. Time for a demo stinger. You're watching John B's demo feedback listening stream with the Loft crew here on Twitch and in the future on YouTube. Hold tight the typo. Submit, not submit. Submit, not submit. Demos. Okay, back. Where were we? Yeah, he's not going to be able to clear those samples at all. Ain't happening. Nice atmospherics. Nice chop there. Sounds a bit squashed. Sounds a bit dull on the tops. Needs more tops. I'd recommend that. Hello, Maxon 3D.
Spreads the infection to every last human alive.
It needs more brightness on the mix overall, but that's just like a global EQ kind of thing. Everything feels, you can just see from the wave, it's a bit squished. Like everything sounds alright, but the drums are a bit like there's no transients on anything, like no punch because it's all pushed so loud. Stick of butter mixed down, says try it. Yeah, just looks like that. So I think that needs to be dealt with. And not much variation. It's just do. That's the same bass pattern. Oh, it's changed there. I think so. It's 6 minutes 26 long. I don't think it needs. You could fit what's going on here into like 4 minutes. Although I would never want to advise people to do shorter tunes much, but I mean it does just seem the thing. It's so. If you want my advice, my thoughts, like, sounds good, perfectly competent, nice. I like the samples. I like the atmospheric stuff. I just have to say thank you to Sneaky Sergey for the 22 months sub. Thank you very, very much, sir. And also Lovecore, thank you for the follow. Big up Sneaky Sergey, thank you. So I don't think it needs to be as long. I think with it being that long as well, you really notice it doesn't develop or change that much. I mean, atmospheric things come in and out and all of that, but not a lot happens in all of that time. It's kind of the same beat and the same bass pattern kind of repeating over and over, and occasionally there's a bit of a break and things drop out. It didn't feel like there was a breakdown at all in all of that time either. There also didn't feel like there were any noticeably different sections apart from where the bass changes there. So I would add interest. I've said this a few times today to lots of other people's demos as well. I try to add interest by having sections that are noticeably different from each other in terms of how much is going on in the drums or the bass, or whether the atmospheric sounds are in or out. And then when you have them or not, have risers and white noise things and all that to signify that, so that it creates some movement and anticipation in what's going on, and rather than it just sounding a bit more like a loop. Like, it's a nice loop. The resound is cool, the drum break's cool. Also, I think you're pushing the limiters and compressors and whatever you've got going on the master chain and on the stuff too much, and your drums are all, everything's nice and loud, the mix is loud, but it's chopped out any of the nice transients on your snare especially, so there's not enough like attack on elements of the breaks. So I'd look at that. Those are sort of the main things that jumped out at me. And also, an easy thing to fix is on your master chain, it just sounds like generally a bit like, sounds like you need to push the EQ up just on the sort of, to boost the tops in general a bit. But that's just the kind of thing that happens if your room and your acoustics in your room and your speakers or whatever are a certain way and are like feeding you more treble than there actually is. So yes, I thought that was good work. Thank you very much, Psychomantium. A few bits of feedback there I think might help. If you want to do them or not, though, is up to you. But good work regardless. Thank you very much for sharing your stuff with us. I appreciate it. Hooray! Thank you. We've got another one. He likes his horror. This one's got loads of Hellraiser samples in it, by the sounds of it. I already recognise them. And he's got old Pinhead on the thing. I need to skip through this because. Oh, so it's the strings from Hellraiser. Nice. Again, here the drums are just sausaged, mashed up. And all the like dynamics are taken out of this, the kick and the snare. They're just like squished off. Triode says, speaking of track length, are drum and bass extended mixes getting shorter, like they are with 4 on the floor tracks? Just got a sub 4 minutes promo. Oh yeah, it's crazy. Like there's a lot of tunes that are coming out that are less than 3 minutes. There's dance floor tunes that are less than 3 minutes, but because people mix so quickly, especially in the kind of jump up dance floor stuff, it's kind of pointless making them longer than 3 minutes. He's basically intro, bit where you do your drop, let it play for 16 bars, and then you're on to the next one. A lot of people mix that fast, so it is absolutely the norm. It's rare anything's over 4.5, to be honest. I'm finding most of the stuff I do, I certainly always try to do a mix that's a very radio friendly 3.5 ish thing, just because, I mean, the way most people listen to our music now is on Spotify and everything, so they don't want to sit through a long boring DJ mix intro. So I'll always do a version now that's got a quick I'll play you a few of my things actually if I can find the flipping files. I've been working on a lot of stuff on a project I'm doing with someone else in a duo called The Wild Dogs, and it sounds like they're unofficial remixes, but basically everything's getting replayed. So we've done this one, which is a sort of a cover of The Bomb, which you know from the Bucketheads. So the intro is 2 minutes 54 in its entirety, this one, but it's designed for like radio and Spotify play, but the intro is still long enough to mix in if you're doing a quick kind of switch. This is still actually a longer intro than I should have, to be honest. I think I've actually done a shorter intro version. I definitely have. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Da, 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 da. This isn't... Oh no, we've got the wrong master in the flipping folder. What the fuck? Oh no, I'm going to have a word with my partner in crime. He's got the wrong one in the masters thing. Oh, I can't play that on stream. That'll get... I did this one. This was a very quick... This one I went fast. Again, like re-sung Lady Gaga samples, but very, very fast intro. This is 2 minutes 30. This is me. Like really trying to get shit going quickly. Yeah, Flashdance. I just recreated it with the Roland like 727 drums or whatever. It's not my finest work, but it's part of an experiment, this one. Yeah. So, hi, I'm John B. I've made a cheesy Lady Gaga remix, and now I'm about to pass judgment on somebody's Hellraiser drum and bass song. I'm not passing judgment, I'm just helping with feedback and stuff. Glad you like it, Triode. But yeah, that's interesting to see, right? Because Triode asked how long drum and bass tracks are, because Triode's like EDM trance side of things. And it's interesting to see that your stuff's getting shorter and shorter as well, because while our songs got shorter, trance like hung on for a bit. But I think it's with drum and bass, there's two things. Like mainly, like the main commercial style of DJing has moved a lot faster now, real fast mixing, and it is rare anyone will have something playing in the mix long enough that even you'll get to the second breakdown, even if there is one, because it's just sort of all about the quick switch up drops for the most part. And then the other side of it is just trying to be appropriate to people that are listening on Spotify and they don't want to sit through a long intro. And then also it's the algorithm favouring songs that are listened to in their entirety. Like I don't know how much you've looked into the AI and machine learning stuff that Spotify has working on its recommender algorithm and all that. And if you've listened to a song all the way through, it kind of decides you like it more than if you've skipped off it at any point. The same way as, you know, if you put it into your own playlist, or you decide to follow the artist, or there's heaps and heaps of things that it uses as part of a rating of how much you like a song. So if a song is shorter, you would then assume that would mean it have more of a chance of success on Spotify, of being recommended to more people, and thus get more plays, is if it's shorter, because then more people will have listened to it all the way through, hopefully, so it gets, like, you know, pushed on the recommendation algorithm a bit more. So yeah, Booze Not Booze is going to start releasing 4-second samples to be ahead of the curve. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's going to be a sweet spot of how it is, but there's absolutely a trend of stuff getting shorter in pop as well. You know, short. We're still, as dance music producers, we're only now approaching the length of tune that normal pop radio songs have been at for ages. But I think pop music, their songs are getting even shorter as well now, so sort of 2.5 minutes is fine. But when I listen to stuff now, 2.5 minutes sounds kind of all right, really, for a lot of songs. Sort of job done, got your verse and your chorus in and everything. Like, it starts to sound a bit too repetitive sometimes when things are a bit longer, but I don't know, things are changing. Anyway, so another one here from Psycho Manteum. This one's... Obviously, you can't release this because it's slap bang full of soundtrack samples from Hellraiser. Same issue from the last one. The drums are like too squished and you haven't got transients on them. Probably big spoken. Well, that's good. I think they're all sounds from the movie, aren't they? Ooh. Big fan of Hellraiser here, so...
Like razors through flesh.
I like this more than the other one, but everything is just so hardcore pushed on the limiter. It's just mad. Yeah, Thistle says, I wish the drums were brighter and more forward. I agree there. Everything's just super hardcore pushed. And again, it's just a bit. It's just very repetitive. And look, it's 6.5 minutes long. The main riff and everything's nice. I think if the mixdown was better, just like let the flipping drums cut through a bit more and don't push the limiter to the absolute maximum, then I think it would be vastly improved if you just didn't squish the master chain so much on that one, really. And it doesn't have to be that long either. Those are my main sort of takeaways there. But thank you very much, Psycho Manteum. Booze Not Booze says, how old is Hellraiser? When does the copyright expire? It's old. I don't know how it works in terms of if you can suddenly sample a movie if it's after a certain age or something like that. I would generally steer very clear of it. 50 years? I don't know. The best twit says likely 75 years plus half of the life of Pinhead. Isn't Pinhead's like basically immortal? He's a kind of a god or an angel, the main thing in Hellraiser. So yeah, I don't know. So we'll go on to the next one. Welcome to the demo stream, everybody. All right, so we're into the next one. This is from Haymac. Not sure if Haymac is in the chat. Hello, McRocklin. Greetings and salutations. Bit of an artifact on the vocal there. That's already got my attention. Hear that? Oh, not that. That sounds okay. But this next phrase, you can't. If you're having nice vocals like that, you can't do that. That wurgle on the vocals really triggering me. I would want to deal with that as a first thing. Hey, Max is a friend of yours, says Thistle. Okay, great. You're the one who recommended he submit a tune for the demo session. Ah, great. Okay, cool. Oh, there we go. This is nice. So he's in Canada, so he's at work right now, so okay. Well, he'll watch this back on YouTube. Good overall mix. The sub is nice and in the right place. I like the chord progression. Nice arpeggio that comes in where it should do. Good time for a little switch. I like the overall positive vibe of this. Nice opening. Oh, I love what he did there with the reverb and the filtering at the end of the arpeggio there. This is definitely the rim shot, short clap, contemporary liquid break kind of vibe. Astalok in the chat's asking. Yeah, this is... me and Thistle talk about this regularly when I'm doing anything vaguely liquidy in my production streams. It's a really nice vocal, but I can't get over that artifact in that second phrase there. It's like something fucked up that happens with sort of pitch correction stuff. New element. Ooh. I'm not sure about those strings. They sound nice, but I think the string lines kind of let it down a bit. Also, kind of the notes it's playing don't like doesn't. We've said it before, like doesn't like resolve properly, slightly aimless. I love the arpeggio. I love that, and I love that bit. I'd want to do more of that. Like, if this was my tune, I'd really lean into that arpeggio and make that much more of the main deal. Because it sounds so lovely when the filter opens up like that and the reverb gets added on at the end of the phrase. Like, I'd ditch that string line that came in here after the break. There's no need. I also think where that same string line forms part of a chord, it needs, I don't know, more reverb on it or something. It just sounds a bit sort of like it's trying to sound like a real string, but it sounds a bit artificial. It hasn't done either one like completely. Really, really love that arpeggio, and I reckon that should be more of a big deal. Yeah, what Triode's saying in the chat's a very good tip for how you program strings like that. Let them overlap a little bit more. Strings like that, I tend to just bathe in fucking loads of reverb and let it just sort of even itself out and like. But yeah, you can sort of, or you know, you add a longer release to the notes that they naturally overlap when the new ones come in. They're playing good chords that fit and everything, but the piano's cool. Overall mix is nice. The bass is in the right spot. So my key things on this one is really like it. A lot of potential. Vocals cool. Apart from that one bit where there's some funny artifact going on that's part of like pitch correction or whatever. I think the arpeggios are brilliant, and maybe you could make them a bit louder, maybe be in a bit more often, and where the filters are going up, and well, the filter kind of goes up and the reverb wash comes in as it finishes. That's beautiful. I'd kind of try and make a little bit more of that. But yeah, that's a really good one. So that was Haymack Tundra, Haymack and Scalligrim. So thank you very much for sending that one in. Thank you
very much.
Nice work. I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom again. I've drunk like 2 pints of water while I'm sat here because I talk so much, because I'm sitting here talking, and I have to drink water because my mouth dries up otherwise. So be right back. Quick advert. I'll be right back in as long as it takes for me to do a quick wee. So give me a sec and I'll be back. Do the advert.
Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a laser high. Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. Save your ammo, please. I don't want to die. I need to.
When a friend is to love, you know the rules and you sort to why. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hold tight to Tarkov massive. Saluta. Big up the lighthouse crew. Each and every time bringing up the Tarkov massive inside the place. Yes. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, or you should go ask Nikia. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see.
Back in the room. Good stuff. So thank you very much, Thistle, for sending Haymack our way. Thistle knows Haymack from their community, and told him to send us a demo. So really like that. Really good quality bit of liquid there. Good work indeed. So next one, we're on to Loma. This is going to be good, I'm sure. I'm planning on signing. I'm not sure I understand. My Apple Watch keeps listening in. There's a track of Loma's that we had on a previous demo stream that I am planning to sign to my label already. So that shows I like his stuff already. So this one's called Black Rooms. We haven't listened to this before, have we? No. Loma's stuff is usually quite ambient and sort of, I don't know, post-Photech, early TB, really nice atmospherics and stuff, but with really tight production and crisp breaks and things, so I'm liking this so far. Oh no, it's getting a yawn. Whew. Brand new. You've already had a yawn and the drums haven't even come in. Well done. It's a good sign when I yawn. It's an ongoing joke for those of you that weren't here earlier. Like, if I yawn, it usually means I like it. I mean, I'm just permanently, terminally tired. So it's nothing personal when I yawn. First thoughts on this are some of the breaks could do with a boost on the tops because they don't match with the ones that are more toppy. The ones that are toppy sound as they should, but there's a few where I think they need more tops to like match up. Like that break there's nice and tight and toppy, and there's a few other ones that sound more dull. So I try and equalise them by boosting the tops on the ones that sound duller. Really nice low subs there. I love that bit though. That's a wicked bit of bass there. And there aren't many swooshes and booms in this one, but I think it's fine without them. It's part of the aesthetic, right? I liked how it just went into the breakdown then. And I really like those sprinkly, sparkly, like Blade Runner kind of bells there. That digga-digga-digga-digga bit needs more tops on those snares. Yeah. Oh no, I'm really want to go. Oh. 2 yawns. Can we beat the record of 4 yawns for today's winner? This is a good one, says Captain Eho in the chat. DJ AD says, I'm getting Centre Spike vibes. Sean says, a bit quiet. It is a little bit quieter than some, yeah. But that's okay. Really nice atmospherics, very tasteful. Oh no, we're getting a third yawn. Oh. Third yawn, he's on to 3. It's my body telling me I've listened to enough demos for the day. I really like this. I really like this Loma. This is really good. Bill Gates says this is lovely. Ah, were you here earlier when we listened to your tunes, Bill Gates? We've already done yours, I'm afraid. Been going for 5 hours now. Ah, you missed it. Okay, cool. Well, I'll upload this to YouTube in the next week or 2 or something like that. My favourite bit of the bass is that one there. The voo, 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 voo. Ah, you want to make this as a B-side? Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. So, yeah, because there's already one track of Lomas that I'm up for putting out on my label on beta. The only issue I have with this is just sort of balancing the tops on the drums. That some of the breaks sounded a bit dull compared to the other ones. So if you can correct that, then we're on to a winner. And I think that would be a really good B-side. I'd be up for it. There we go, signing it. I think that's good, and it'll go well with the song that we've already picked. And it means you can get like 2 tracks out together, and it really like sort of stamps the vibe on what the sound is and all that. So I think let's see if there's any more. Might be useful to stick a few hi-hats as placeholder like beat markers in the intro to make life easier for people mixing it. Probably a good shout, because there currently isn't anything. Just to like an occasional like or a and maybe a little something mini swoosh or something to lead into when that first drum beat hits. That one where it goes digga 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 digga, it sounds like those snares are slightly duller than the snare from the same break just before it. I don't know if that's my ears playing tricks, but not there. Isn't it? Also, this break there, I call that one the pulse break, the one that's sort of rim shotty. That one, the gung cut gung. I wonder if the break sort of I would like double up the duration of that one, so it's like gung ka gung rather than just gung ka and then sort of bass bits. Gung ka gung. Gung ka gung. Some of the I know that you're trying to like be sparse with it all, but I feel like some of the breaks there's just a kick and a snare and then it just goes to the sub. It might be better if it's like gung ka gung, if you know what I mean. Maybe not every time it occurs, but sometimes that's a something to consider, I think. But yeah, main comments on that is just tidy up the tops on some of the snares or the breaks that sound a bit dull, and maybe on some of the occurrences of the breaks you could add an extra kick and an extra snare after it, if you know what I'm meaning. So yeah, nice one, good work there, Loma. Give you you can have a certified banger on that one.
Big tune. Hold tight, all the junglist inside the ride.
Yeah. Vohall. Oh, it keeps on giving us the transition I don't want. Let me put that on fade. There we go. Picard now has a light on him. There is one light. There is one light. Okay. Lovely. Great work. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Loma. That one was called The Black Rooms, and I think we will sign that for my label, if that's all right with you. Great work. Certified banger. Right, so, here we go. I might make this one the last one for today. I don't know. We've still got loads, haven't we? Yeah. So, Conclave was here earlier. I'm not sure he's still around. I think this is the song that he's been submitting and making changes to. We shall see. This one's by Conclave, who is regularly in the chat and also streams himself. Conclave with K's. He's in the chat somewhere lurking. Okay, cool. Might lurking away. This one's called Skin Deep. Let's see what we got. Tezuka is... Oh, your one's after this. Okay, we'll do one more after this then, because you've been around a while, Tezuka. Oh, it's this one with a 4/4 bit. Cool. Oh, that's much tighter than I remember it. Three more. Okay. Okay, Matt. We'll do three more. Oh, I like that new edit. And I like the more staccato elements there, and he's leaned in even more to the punchy staccato vibe. I still don't really like the brr brr brr. Nice loud mix this. He's done a really good job to get it all very present and punchy. And he's managed to dial in the... I'm not very a fan of the like voicey sound. But it sounds alright. I love that. Boo, 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 boo. I always like that. Sveno says it's giving him Igor vibes. Triode likes the brr brr brr. He's put a lot of work into this. He's done many different iterations. I don't like that bit. The brrr. That's the only bit that I'm just like, it's kind of not to my personal taste. This is really good. I love the way that's building. Add a cavernous reverb to that bit, I don't like. He's done a very good job of keeping it all very separated and punchy and staccato-y. I like it there, I like that bit there. And even though it chops and changes, it's cool, like it's not annoying. I really like the 4/4 bit. I think I remember saying I wish that popped in a few other times. I like that sort of distorted speech bit. Reminds you of old school Diesel Boy, says Playgob. Yeah, it really does. It's got that kind of American drum and bass vibe to it, doesn't it? A lot of stuff like this played at UK squat parties, as you've said before. Definitely strobe and heavy lasers jobby, says Bill Gates. Yeah, good work. Good work, Conclave. Well done. It's been good to hear that one develop, and I think that might be the third time we've heard that now on these demos feedback streams, and like it's not hugely like my kind of tune, but there's sort of, you know, I think we've all had helpful thoughts of ways to experiment with possibly improving it and everything, and he's done a wicked job of like putting that together, and good work. Like I can't think of anything else I would recommend changing. The mix down's nice and loud and clear. The drums are punchy. It's got, you know, derivative or sort of like, you know, reminds me of the sort of part of the Renegade Hardware, like conflicty sort of sound from my youth. Some really cool, lots and lots of work have gone into all those edits and things there. I love the 4/4 edit bits. They're probably my favourite parts of it, and I like the boo 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 boo, all of the things that add to that like insistent staccato kind of energy. So nice work. Big up to the Conclave. Give you a banger for that one.
Big tune. Hold tight, all the junglists inside the ride.
Lovely. Okay, so we're going to squeeze a few more in because they're people that have been in the chat here all afternoon. So I've got to stretch myself. Magda would like to go for a walk in a bit, so and I think I would too. So excuse me if I do these ones a little bit too fast. So this is, what one are we listening to? This is PHP Tanker. It looks like are there 3 tracks here? There's Quadjiri. Oh no, there's just 2, Foggy and Quadjiri. Okay, cool. Right. So we're back. It's the demos. Do a stretch. Not enough of a stretch, but it'll have to do for now. Right, so here we go. Foggy! It's Foggy. We need my foghorn stinger, but I don't think I've got it on this setup here. Thanks for the stretch, IB Mac. Sounding good so far. Nice bit of tension. Nice little break there.
Problemet med att skapa transcendentala kraftfält är att det inte fungerar.
Is that Hungarian? Oh, I love that bit of the bass there. Yeah. I think the drums have got a bit too much reverb on them. I think you should have them. Definitely pull the reverb back a bit there. Hawkish in the chat says it's Swedish. Okay. Mix is alright, the subs there. Subs hurting my head, so that's a good sign for you, bad sign for me. I really like that. I like that sustained high note. It's good. And that's cool with the bass. Only main comment I can think of right now is just have a look at the reverb on the drums and see if you can reduce that. I think that would improve things a bit. Because if you're playing that in a club, the room just adds that reverb to the drums anyway. It's just nice and simple, good groove. The bass is making sense, even though you've got a lot of different bass sounds. There's sort of defined riff and pattern. That extra fill-in break could be a little bit louder to match up with the existing kick and snare. I think some tonal risers. Not the first time I said that today. Some like stick a couple of them in there at the right points where things switch up afterwards. That would help. Oh, it's a year old. Well spotted, Bohol. Yeah, it's probably out. I'm probably about to get swatted by like the DMCA ninjas. They'll rappel through the window going, get on the floor. I think that thing there does some funny pitchy stuff. What's he saying in Swedish there then? It's not released, okay. What's the translation for what the Swedish is there? I like that one. That's cool. Murky, hello. Hi there. From a Swedish media personality. Aha. The problem with transcendental energy fields is they don't work. That's good. That's a wicked sample. Yeah, I like that. That's really good. Nothing jumps out at me as in desperate need of fixing or changing or anything. I think the only thing I thought you could add to it that might improve it is some like tonal risers. And there's a fill-in break that comes in, could be a touch louder. But other than that, great tune. Good work. Give that a round of applause. You can have a horse as well. A Swedish horse. Aye. And a thank you and a horn. Great work. I think we've got another one from you as well, haven't we? Quadjuri. Is that a Swedish thing? All right. Sounded nice. Is this the same Jamie that when I played in I keep getting mixed up with what the capital of Sweden is. For Slack, the venue is Slakthusset, because that picture looks like Slakthusset. Nice vocal. That's all good. Breakdown happened at the right point. You're the other guy, but Jamie's sitting next to you. Haha! Roger that. Okay, cool. Hello. Hello again. Oh, this one's 3 years old. Vocal will have you. Bass is nice and solid. Sometimes people's lows are like not loud enough or too low, but they're about the right level. Really nice vocal on the top. I like the Indian ethnic drone. I think the EQ on the drums is a little bit off. Maybe just adding more tops to them would clean it up or something. They sound a bit sort of like the wrong mid frequencies are slightly exaggerated or something. It's hard to explain. It might just be a choice of break, but oh, nice edit there. I like that. Could benefit from a little reverse cymbal, a little splash cymbal there when things drop out and come back in. Or like the sort of the Pulp Fiction crash, you know, like 909. Oh, you got one there. It sounded a bit distant though. Bit of a techno-y vibe here in the way it's developing. I feel like there you could have had a fill, like a sort of live drum fill. That would, I think that would fit and would be quite cool. Because the drums, I get that it's like a repetitive groove that's cool, but I think a sort of a fill would be nice in that point there. Turn up the flute a bit. Vocals lovely. I think you could turn the volume of the flute up. It's a bit too quiet compared to like the top part of the Reese. If you've still got the project files for this, it's 3 years old, so I don't know. Are the vocals like originally recorded, or have you grabbed them off a sample pack or something like that? Tezuka says they'd love a copy of these. I like the overall vibe, and that it does the right thing, like you get in, you know, 4/4s, but applied in a drum and bass frame. There's something not quite right with the drums. I think maybe if you reinforced the snare with a little bit more of a more modern clap kind of thing on top to give it a bit more whack, and that might also solve the issue of how I feel about the EQ on the drums. Need to be a little bit brighter maybe. I'd also be careful about how the bass is essentially all one note, all merging into one. It sounds alright, but that edit there, I think you could do something a bit more exaggerated, really. It just sort of... I've just cut back a bit. Instead of what you did there, for instance, I'd take the drums out entirely and bounce the drums and then progressively filter them up with a swoosh or a riser or something like that. I think you could be more adventurous with some of your fills and your edits and stuff, and that would elevate it. And I think, I mean, you'd have to find the right samples, but there's a couple of spots where I reckon you could have a nice kind of live drum fill, like a... There was definitely at this spot here. There was a point there wherever there was meant to be there was one. I thought that would fit in. Yeah, so I like that. I really like the ethnic Indian sort of vibe with the sitar and the flute. I think the flute could be a bit louder. You could maybe use the vocal a few more times throughout the song. The thing that if you changed one thing, I would reinforce the snare with a more clappier kind of snare, and that might, with a bit more tops. I think that might be all you need to do, but if not, at least have a little look at the EQ on the breaks to try to make them a bit more sparkly. Thistle says shove the think shakers on it. I always say that, and I feel bad when I keep suggesting it, but it does usually help. There didn't seem to be some extra tops thing on the drums, like a 909 ride or some tambourines to come in every now and then could add some variation to it, because it's quite a hypnotic groove, so a couple of things like that to add to the development would be helpful, I reckon. Maybe look at the bass and make it a bit more of a percussive staccato than just a single monotonous note. Perhaps, I don't know, they're just sort of things I'm thinking might be worth trying, but generally really, really cool. Those are just sort of nitpicky thoughts, might be worth a bash if you wanted to go in on it again. And like, if it's 3 years old, you're probably fed up with it by now, but sometimes it's worth doing an extra couple of little bits and bobs to go the extra mile. So big up, shout out to the Swedish crew. Thank you very much to the JNB. That was PHP Tanker. Big up to you guys. Thank you very much. Big up the Slack Busset crew. All right, Tezuka's been waiting very patiently here. Oh God, we've got Bring the Beat Back as well. Was Bring the Beat Back in the chat asking as well? Oh, I'm going to be here all night if I keep. I did promise to play Tezuka's here, so I think we will have to probably make this the last one. I'm going to be too frazzled otherwise. Good stuff. Thank you so much, PHP Tanker. Really appreciate you sending us your tunes. Large ups, large verticals. So this is Algorithm. That's a good name. This is Tezuka. I think Pill Gates wins the award for best artist name today, and Algorithm is my favourite song title. Tezuka says, I'm not a pro at all. Okay, cool. That's all right. All levels of expertise and experience are welcome here. The idea is that you get to share your music with the community. And if you want a bit of feedback from me, I'm happy to try and give you my thoughts on how you could improve stuff, depending on what you're aiming at, of course. Mates with Jeff Bezos, says Genius Unapplied. Yes. Sounds like the sort of thing I listen to on a plane when I'm trying to chill out. I'm glad you got rid of the white noisy sort of digital rain interferencey stuff. It sounded nice there, but I'm glad it didn't go on the whole way through. Does this turn into drum and bass, or does it stay just ambient? Looking at the wave, it sounds like it might just sound ambient. Piano is quite wide, isn't it? Thistle's picked up saying that the piano sounds very wide on the stereo. Hashtag liquid. Correct. Head Eyes has spotted the metadata. There's a trained, technological, advanced human machine there. So we're 2 minutes in now. It hasn't got going yet, so alarm bells are a bit... It's a nice journey so far, though. I'm enjoying listening to it. Nice vocal. Polarity Shifter says the vocal reminds you of Opus 3, It's a Fine Day. Opus 2 is Opus 3. Which is Kirsty Hawkshaw on vocals, who's now married to Adam F. Hopefully I'll be seeing them this weekend. Adam's playing after me at my gig in London. And I've known Kirsty for a long time, but I haven't spoken to her in a while. I think she'll probably come with him, so it'd be good to see her. How do you create this atmospheric effect on the vocals? I think, yeah, just lots and lots and lots of reverb, Tempest Fugit. Like put the reverb in the same channel as the vocal, and strong amount of mix, yeah, like more wet than dry, basically, as Thistle says there. So this is not like, this doesn't fit into the normal structure of drum and bass that you would normally hear getting released, really, and it's more kind of just like ambient and electronic to me, which is nice. I listen to this kind of stuff a lot. Oh, there we go. I think that snare that you've got, the additional snare, doesn't really match up well with the Amen, and the pattern it's playing isn't matching. I think you had a note there that wasn't. Some of them are like, if you're going to double up your snares like that, you should use your extra snare to reinforce the snare in the break. If it's matched only with when the snare on the Amen break happens, it might work alright. But the way you've got the snare on a different pattern, it doesn't match with the break, I don't think that's a good idea. So I change that when it's triggering. It's a nice chord progression. I really like the bathed in reverb nature of everything. I think it works better. I would make this as just a nice piece of ambient electronica, really, and do it without the drums, and release it as a more ambient track. If it was me, it's the sort of thing that comes on. If you took out that Amen break, it's the sort of thing that I wouldn't bat an eyelid if this came on one of my like evening Spotify ambient sleep kind of playlists. There's a couple of bits going on there that sound slightly, the pitch is slightly off, clashing. On the high end, there's something. And it is basically a 4-chord loop that's kind of looping over and over, so you might want to look at something on the left then sounded a bit out of tune. Yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for sending us that, Tezuka. I think that one would sound better without the drum and bass breaks in it, and just have it as a nice ambient tune. Doesn't need to be that long as well. There were a few bits where I thought some of the extra stringy things that were coming in were possibly out of tune with the rest of it. So check for those. If you were wanting to have that as a more acceptable to the drum and bass world kind of track, you'd need to completely change the arrangement, because it was just very, very, very long intro and then kind of a repeating loop. So you would want a shorter intro and then have your drums come in, and you would actually need, there isn't really like a bass line in that. If you did add one, I would just go for a sort of simple kind of 808 sub here and there. But I reckon that track would sound nicer just as a, without the drums. Just have you've got lots of nice atmospheric ambient bits and bobs in there. It's a totally, like, if, as I said, like if someone put that on my ambient sleep, ambient chill playlist or something, it would fit right in. And sometimes those tunes get a bazillion times more streams on Spotify than big dance floor tunes, right? So why not? So that was our last tune for today. That was Tezuka 45 with Algorithm. Nice one. Cool. Let's put the camera on my face. Let's stick a little tune on quietly in the background. There we go. Crikey. So we'll have to end it there. I've been going for 5.5 hours. I need to move my body a bit. And Mags would like to go for a walk. I need to try on my new trousers as well. And I need to eat something. My body a bit. I need to mute myself off my window. That would help, wouldn't it? Thank you, everyone, for hanging out today. Thank you for all the love, all the long lurks, quite a few new follows. Thank you for all the subs and the bits as well. Big special thank you to Triode for hanging out for quite a long time as well, and for the 11 gifted subs. That's broken a record for a long time. So thank you very, very much. Very kind of you. For those of you that don't already follow Triode Official in the chat, please do. Does great work. Fellow music streamer, so give him some love. I've got to see who we're going to raid you over to. We'll look for some drum and bass folks. Who we got? And I'm trying to think of somebody that we haven't raided for a while. La 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 la. Okay, I've got one. Make sure I type it in right though. Where was it? Cool. I'm going to send you over to some drum and bass crew next Thursday. So my stream. Oh, there was a subscribe there. Who is that? Jim Bonobo. Thank you very much for the 18 months for a late look. I'm just ending the stream, unfortunately. Whole Health Gabby, thank you for the follow. I'm just ending the stream, Gabby, but I'll be back soon. So what day is it today? Thursday. So I've got a gig in London on Saturday, so I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I'm just going to get on with my work. It's also release day for Major's single on beta, so I've got to do release day promo type stuff for that. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. I mean, there's a small chance I'll pop on and do a quick promos listening, but I highly doubt it. So I will definitely be on Tuesday at 2. I'll try to jump on Monday if I can, but Mondays is meant to be a day off, but I seem to just jump on and do a stream anyway to try to feed the beast. But so I'll definitely be on Tuesday. My schedule in general here on Twitch is Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, starting at 2, and I try to do at least 5 hours if I can. So I'm on all afternoon in the studio. My gig in Cologne is in June. It's a few weeks off, I think. Hopefully they didn't get it wrong. But my gig Saturday's London. It's at E1. I'm playing a classic set. I'm playing a Blue Note classic set after Ray Keith and before Adam F. and then Ed Rush is on after that. It's a really, really cool lineup, so I'm looking forward to that. So thanks everyone. Thanks for everyone sending me your music. Lots of really good quality tunes today. I hope my feedback was helpful and nice and didn't upset anyone. I always try to be nice. If I did upset you with it, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm trying to be good. Conclave's popped in. Big up Conclave. Thank you for your tune, mate. Really liked it. I hope you heard our nice positive comments. R. Zelenka says, my tune maybe next time. Yeah, it should do. If you want to submit your tunes for demos in future, !demos in the chat explains how. Just upload SoundCloud links in my Discord in the demos channel, and I work my way through them basically, and we do it in a fair and democratic way, not skipping anything, going for it, but please stick to drum and bass and not stuff that's already been released, and not anything with copyright samples and shit. So have a lovely weekend everyone, and I'll see you on Tuesday, possibly Monday. Alright, peace out, lots of love, see you soon, bye bye. Take care everyone, bye bye.